Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product, ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
That seems to
but
be...
we have to wait in Czech Republic for this.
Is it not? Because there's some tests that we heard yesterday, some things going on in Italy, going on in Germany, so...
We have HbbT2, so we have to wait for this one.
It's coming fast, right. It's beginning to, it's still settling down, still people coming in, so leave it a couple moments longer. It's still changing, that's the interesting thing here at the moment is that DVBI is clearly way out in front, but these others are, well, it's kind of settled down now, hasn't it?
It's the same with the Czech beer. It's the first position.
Obviously,
you know?
obviously. Okay, I think we will declare this one complete. Well, thank you very much for voting. It was DVBI which won that little poll. And of course, you can use Slido throughout the morning, throughout the day, in order to ask questions of our various speakers.
Yeah, of course. And who else could possibly open the second day of conference than the chairman of the HbbTV Association? Please welcome Vincent Grivet on the stage. Vincent will have a keynote, State of the Nation, and he will have a speech on the achievements and future outlooks of HbbTV.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. There must be something special about the Czech beer, or maybe it's about the schedule of yesterday's evening, because I see a very scattered room. And obviously, some of our colleagues are still recovering from the excellent evening yesterday. But anyway, let's go. I need to use this one. Yes. Well, you know very well how I will run that presentation. I'm going to try to recall or remind ourselves about a number of things which happened around us in 2022. I will give you a few highlights of what happened internally in the HbbTV Association and to say a few words about what's likely to happen with HbbTV next year. So, looking at the environment, one could say it's a little bit more of the same, but it's probably still worth to be reminded. The number one fact which I would like to outline this morning is that definitely the TV screen, the big screen, is the screen which people prefer by far to access to video content. And that is true for movies, that is true for series, etc. So the TV screen is blue, maybe it's a little bit small, but definitely the TV screen. This comes from the UK, but certainly you will find the same thing in any market. So TV screen really matters. Good news is that HbbTV is a specification about TV screens. The watching of TV is still very important, but it continues to change a lot. On the left side, the figures are for the UK. On the right side, I think they are for France, and it's the same. The quantity, whether it is in percentage, whether it is in minutes, the quantity of linear viewing is going down. We've been seeing that for many years. It remains true, and definitely this is one of the fundamental trends. Again, the good news is that HbbTV, the specification, that is adequate for both linear and non-linear viewing, which is quite important. This is true also that the TV continues to change in the United States. On the right side, you can see the numbers, and it tells us the same thing about the growth of on-demand. But on the right side, you can see, and you probably have seen that already, that now the #1 TV channel in the United States is not a TV channel, it's Netflix, with 1,334 trillion minutes. It's about the double from the biggest real TV channel, which is CBS. So definitely TV is changing. So the rise of streaming continues. You can see this graphically in the United States. But we have to remember that there are different ways for streaming content to reach a TV set. And I found that in a study in the United States, which really says that it's more or less a 50-50 game, whether people receive streaming content in their TV directly with the connected TV set, or whether they use another streaming device. So this is a balanced situation. Now, something which may be a little bit more new, and I probably have touched upon already on that last year, but I would like to spend another minute this morning, is that the growth of streaming is raising a number of challenges. The first challenges are environmental. Well, this is a heavy graph, maybe for 9 o'clock in the morning after the excellent evening we had. But on the left side, you can see an estimation of all the TV hours watched by European citizens. In 2020, European citizens have watched 297 billion hours of TV. Actually, there is a little bit of a caveat. These figures from a study which is publicly available named the LOCAT project. And the LOCAT project at this time does not integrate satellite viewing. So the satellite hours are missing, but probably the general message would not be changed if you add back satellite. And what has been the energy impact of these 300 billion hours? So just the delivery of these 300 billion hours has been using like 21,000 gigawatt hours of electricity, which is a lot. And you can see that streaming, which is the blue part in the middle, is like 32% of the volume of hours watched, but it is 50% of the electricity consumption. So streaming is not especially efficient from the point of view of energy. IPTV is a little bit worse in a certain way, and DTT is actually much more efficient, but DTT doesn't do streaming, at least for the moment. It doesn't do on-demand. One could say, do we really care? Is it important? Yes, it is important. 21,000 gigawatt hours is, roughly speaking, the yearly production of 3 nuclear reactors. And if you look at the other side of the electricity production, and if you look at what one could call the dirty electricity in Europe, which is coming from coal or fuel, on a daily basis, electricity produced from these energy sources, fossil, is 320 gigawatt hours. So it's a little bit like there would be 2 months of quote-unquote dirty electricity just to feed the delivery of television in Europe. And it's very easy to project that if every TV hour would move to streaming, the total electricity consumption would become very, very big. And of course, streaming is growing. The last graph that you can see on the right side is the data traffic in Europe. And you can see that it is a very steep curve. And this is the entire data traffic, but video and streaming is like 80% of that. I mean, it's not our emails which is generating a lot of IP traffic, it's video and streaming. So maybe that perpetual growth of streaming may not be an ideal scenario from the point of view of electricity and the carbon impact which are behind, of course. There is another potential issue faced by the growth of streaming, which is economic and the network capacities. And you probably have seen that in a number of areas in the world, there starts to be a big debate between the telecom operators and the company which generates streaming traffic. The most visible instance of that debate probably started in South Korea, where Netflix had the talent to bring a super successful series, which was the Squid Game. And that Squid Game series has been so successful that it provoked some congestions in the telecom networks of South Korea, to the point that South Korea telecom operator has been suing Netflix, asking Netflix to pay for the network usage, which of course Netflix doesn't find a very nice proposal. And this debate has now been escalated in Europe to the point that in Europe altogether, the telecom operators are claiming that all big tech firms which generate more than half of the traffic on the European telecom network should pay in aggregate 20 billion euros per year to contribute to the usage of the network. And it seems that the European Commission, politically speaking, has some sympathy for that idea. I mean, it's too early to say what's going to happen, but probably something is going to happen, and that something, whether it's going to be 20 billion or another number, might very well go into the direction that streaming traffic will not enjoy a free ride anymore on the telecom networks. And the exiting FCC commissioner visiting Europe has made a public statement expressing the sympathy for that idea, so that it might very well be the case that this idea of paying for the streaming traffic on telecom network may also be considered into the United States. So these are the kind of gray clouds that the streaming may face. But anyhow, the streaming growth is not infinite either. There are signals in most markets. Here is a message from Sweden that the growth of streaming and SVOD somehow will find a limit. And definitely linear TV still dominates. I need to get from Paul the updated version of that slide, but the message is the same. What is in blue is the linear TV viewing, and definitely in all markets in the world, linear TV still dominates. Linear TV also dominates in euros, because if OTT is a very big business, which is projected to reach 224 billion euros, but only in 2027. Already in 2020, classical broadcast TV is a $425 billion business worldwide. So definitely linear classical broadcast TV is still much bigger than OTT and streaming. Also, of course, OTT and streaming is growing. And also one can see signals that the big TV disruptor, which obviously is Netflix, may be disrupted itself. And there are signals in many markets. I have here a quote from France and from the United Kingdom that the younger people who have been the first ones to leave broadcast linear TV, now in a certain way, they are also turning their attention away from the big streaming platforms like Netflix, Disney, and Amazon because they prefer something which is called YouTube. Also, YouTube is maybe not the most evident streaming company in the classical sense. And streaming is changing. Netflix is changing because Netflix is considering advertising, which might be a good news or a bad news. In a certain way, it's very good news for the broadcast ecosystem because it confirms that the ad-supported TV model is a valid model, but at the same time, it creates a big potential competition. And Netflix also is looking to live streaming, which also confirms the relevance of the broadcast live tradition, and it may also raise significant issues from a network point of view if suddenly there would be billions of hours from Netflix that will be streamed on the telecom networks. And this leads to a different streaming league table where I think this is 2021, or no, actually it's a recent 2022, I think it's July 22 in the United States. Netflix is not the #1 streaming destination anymore, and the #1 streaming destination is YouTube. So it's 2022 is a different streaming landscape. The other new kids in town in streaming are the famous fast channels, and I have borrowed here some statistics from LG, and LG is reporting about the projected very high growth for so-called fast channels that may become a very massive destination of viewing unconnected TVs in the future. So another big element of change in the market. Finally, maybe final element which I would like to outline is that the market is aspiring for open ecosystems. In Europe, one very important regulatory news in 2022 has been the promulgation of the DMA, the Digital Market Act. In its current state, the DMA does not really affect TV. But the spirit of the DMA is probably relevant to TV as well, because the spirit of the DMA is to make a strong promotion of open ecosystems and to create a number of measures against the closed ecosystems. UK is not part anymore of the European Union. We may regret that, but it's a fact. And the UK has its own version of the DMA debate, which is called or managed or led by Ofcom with the small screen big debate. UK has gone through a number of political changes so that what law will come out of that is unknown, but the facts are on the table. And there is another piece of European legislation, which now is a draft legislation, which is the European Media Freedom Act, which is, as it says, about media freedom, but the DMA, which is a draft legislation, has a number of provisions that goes into the direction of recognizing that the technology of TV sets and other devices which are important for the delivery of media shall protect media freedom, and maybe open standards have a role to play in that. So my proposed takeaways for 2022, number one, watching TV content on TV screen remains super important. Good news again is that this is what we do in HbbTV. TV watching continues to change. It's always more on demand and more streaming. But there is more than one way to bring streaming content to a TV screen. Of course, a connected TV set is a preferred way, but it's not the only one. Linear broadcast TV certainly is not dead and remains bigger than streaming in usage and in value. The growth of streaming may be close to facing significant economic and energy environmental questions. And the answers to those questions is not yet known, but there will be an answer. Streaming is changing, and the aspiration of market for openness, avoiding closed gatekeeping situations, is an important dimension of the market. So what? Well, definitely this is confirming a hybrid TV landscape, where on-demand will be mixed with linear TV on the TV set and also in the OTT streaming offers. Streaming delivery, even for live, will be mixed with broadcast delivery. And this is bringing us to a confirmation of a co-leadership of the market between the classical broadcast TV and OTT and streaming TV. There is a fragmentation of streaming, so the streaming market will not be organized only around a few leading brands, and the streaming market is entering into some kind of fragmentation. And definitely, I think there are many signals that HbbTV is the right technology to navigate this hybrid world, because it brings an OTT-style experience on TV sets, because it enables seamless end-user experiences, whichever the source of the network of the TV set is. And I think what we heard yesterday about DVBI is providing an excellent illustration of that. And it keeps the green broadcast option alive, and it can leverage that green broadcast option. And it is an open standard, which is aligning with the aspiration of the market for open ecosystems. What did we do at HbbTV in 2022? A lot of things, of course. In terms of specification, probably 2022 has been a quiet year, because for the time being, and it probably will remain so until the end of the year, the only specification we published has been the new version of ADB called ADB plus TA. And John Pising will tell you more on what is behind this important publication. We continue to work, of course, very hard on test and interoperability with a new version of our reference application with enhanced DRM support with the addition of SL3000. We have published a new version of the test suite, 2022-2, and it continues to grow. We have launched the portal for developer portal for the developer community, which is recording very high, very good response, and we have plans to enhance that to help the community of developer to better master the HbbTV technology. And we have been observing, and some of them have been announced only yesterday, we are observing a number of initiatives in the ecosystem which go into the direction of facilitating the deployment of HbbTV, and that I think is very positive. We have heard about that RTL ProSieben initiative, which was presented yesterday by André. We have learned about that new test harness from Kineton called KineMedia Cert. We have learned about the DTG initiative to qualify television sets against their ability to perform HbbTV, targeted advertising. We have heard about the OBS Open Red Button project, and these are a lot of, oh, and I'm trying to go back, sorry. Yeah. So these are initiatives which are not directly from the HbbTV Association. They come from the ecosystem, but certainly HbbTV Association welcomes them because we see these initiatives as very relevant to the progress of the HbbTV specification and as bringing to the market a number of practical solutions that HbbTV Association itself is not in a position to bring. These initiatives, they are relevant, they are necessary to the ecosystem, and they are beyond the abilities of HbbTV Association, so it's very good that the market stakeholders take these initiatives, and we welcome them very much. What about the association itself in terms of membership? A year ago, I was telling you in Paris that we had 74 members. We have lost 6, most of them because of company acquisition, mergers, etc. But luckily, we have been gaining 6 new members, which I would like to welcome. ATET, represented today by Jacques Tonabouillou. Digita, not represented, I believe. We've got colleagues from Finland, but not from Digita. Welcome, Digita. We have Nagra Kudelski. We have Haier from China. We have SimpleStream, represented in the symposium today. Welcome, SimpleStream. And we have another Chinese manufacturer, which is Zuha Gontek. I'm not sure I pronounce very well. So we are at the same 74 members. I would have wished it's a little bit more, but we are still able, financially speaking, to operate with that number. We have elected a new steering group. There are 3 new companies elected: Eutelsat, Digital UK, and Kinetone. The individuals are not entirely new, but the companies are very new, so that is a certain renewal of the steering group. Let's have now a brief look at what is ahead of us in 2023. The key stakes of 2023 for us, they're very classical. We're going to continue the normal operation, test, webinars, etc. We have a very important milestone ahead, which John Pising again will tell you about. We're going to publish 204 specification. A very other important thing is the introduction of a DRM, independent specification. It's a little bit administrative, but many of you are in contact. We had a PMO function, which was assumed by somebody well-known, which was Matt Poole. Matt Poole will not continue to work with us for family reasons, and we are in the process of replacing that, and you will hear that very soon. That's a little bit back office, but it's very important because the PMO is very important to make the association run effectively. And then there is a little bit more. A year ago in Paris, I think we heard a number of messages. Generally, the messages were in the direction that HbbTV was very relevant to the market and very important to the stakeholders. But we heard a little bit of frustration on a certain number of unmet expectations. And these unmet expectations were maybe about in 2 directions. One was about the variations between different countries of HbbTV, and the other one was about industrial deployment, where maybe stakeholders thought it was not as smooth as they would expect. So the steering group worked abundantly in 2022 on these findings of the 2021 symposium. The DRM topic was immediately moved to a practical action, and again, you will more of that in a moment. But there were a stock of other possibilities, possible change ideas that were identified and discussed in the steering group. And in a recent meeting, actually last month, The steering group eventually selected 5 of these potential change ideas, which appeared to be the best match between the relevance in terms of improving HbbTV and the feasibility. And the SG decided that these 5 ideas will now be open to the broader HbbTV community, which means basically all of you, and that we would like to work on these ideas in the form of study mission groups. And there will be 5+1 study mission groups started. Number 1 is about a boosted interoperability process. We do have interoperability activities now, but we will open some thinking on whether HbbTV Association could become the hub of a boosted interoperability process where we will upgrade the action of the association by being a little bit more proactive in listing and acting on the detected interoperability issue. This is a blank sheet of paper. There will be a study mission group, and we really hope that in this one, as in other ones, members from the community will participate and help us design this boosted process. The same for the test suite. Certainly we will keep going with the test suite, and we will not gonna change or remove or reduce the test suite, but we realize that maybe we could have more ambitious targets for the test suite in terms of how quickly the confirmed valid tests come to the market. So again, we need to define that, and then we will have to implement that. The third one is about reference application and open source library. We have one reference app now. Maybe it's relevant that HbbTV becomes a library for more reference app, more open source code. Number 4, because there were some thinking that there were some variations between the countries, can we be the catalyst of a bigger, a more assertive European international alignment? So there will be again a group working on that, and ideas and contributions are welcome. Number 5, many companies in this room are operating a so-called zoo, where they have many televisions, and they use these zoo to test applications against televisions. And maybe the HbbTV Association could not become a zoo itself, but could consolidate the catalog and the visibility of these zoos, which would provide better opportunities for the stakeholder to test application against TV set. And finally, because all of that may require funding, there is a number 6, which is about looking for new funds to be able to fund those initiatives which may become decided and implemented. So in practice, and I will go very fast because I realize I'm already late, I just want to say that these study missions will start very soon, and it's very important that the members do participate. So if you are a member, please participate. If you are not a member, become a member so that you can participate. Let me conclude now that the world of TV, which is our world where we work, remains a very dynamic and very attractive world. So it's very exciting. That's my personal feeling. I think it's your feeling as well. It's very exciting to work in this world. It is not a dying world. We've been hearing that TV was dead. No, TV is not dead. The TV world is a very exciting and dynamic world. It continues to change. And one big change, of course, is there is more streaming. But definitely, I think we can see that streaming is not going to be the new name of television. We are moving to a co-leadership where broadcast, classical, linear television and OTT streaming will co-lead this new world of TV, and this co-leadership needs to be organized and served, and this is what HbbTV specification does. There is a big market aspiration for an open world and to mitigate the potential dominating situation of gatekeeping. These gatekeeping situations are being installed in adjacent markets like web browsing and mobile, and now they are fought in mobile and web browsing, and probably the TV world wants to avoid to go into conflicts and fights, and maybe we can organize an open situation even before bad gatekeeping situations are installed. And maybe HbbTV is very fit to serve these requirements. HbbTV Association continues to deliver specification and tests which are meeting the needs for the consumers, broadcasters, and manufacturers, but HbbTV is a working and lively association with a sound balance of continuity and renewal that you can trust. Some areas of improvement are identified and work is started to adapt. We will keep going, and we will keep going for you and with you. Thank you very much. Big silence. Should I take questions now, or should I hand over to John now? Oh, okay. John.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, Vincent. So now we get the more technical and organizational version. So this is a bit on what we've been doing, specifications and other related activities. So some of you will have seen this particular slide before. It's just, I found it so useful to help explain, put everything else into context. So this is the workflow that we follow for specifications. We have a requirements group who develop requirements. We have a specification group, which I chair, that develops the specification and unit test descriptions. We have a supplier evaluation group that's responsible for obtaining quotations for the test suite and evaluating those. We have a testing group that organizes the review and acceptance and fixing of tests. And we have an improving interoperability task force that basically collects feedback on interoperability in the market and passes that on to where it can be effectively acted on. So what I'm going to take you through a little bit is each of these in turn in the next 14 minutes. So the requirements group is relatively simple. They have an annual process to identify new requirements with support from broadcasters, operators, and manufacturers. It's no use if only broadcasters want something or only manufacturers want something. If it's actually going to land in the market, you need support from across the value chain. The 2020 requirements and most of the 2021 requirements are included in 204, which I'll say a little bit more about next. They've just launched a new call for requirements. So I took this out of the email that some of you will have seen, but it seemed to be worth it. So do you have features that you'd like to see in HbbTV? Do you have feedback from deployments, clients, customers about improving features? The requirements group would like to hear from you. So the co-chairs are Peter McCavick from the EBU and Richard Morton from Samsung. Neither of them are here. Feel free to contact them, or if they're not here, feel free to talk to Vincent and myself about what your ideas are. The spec group. So something that sometimes causes confusion with people is is sort of confusing. How do we refer to specifications? What names do we use? So I put this in just to help people who are confused get less confused. Our specs have an informal name and a formal name. So what we're talking about, 204, would, subject to ETSI approval, have a formal name of 171. So that's when you see 204/171, it's the same document. Similarly, that 203 is 161. So hopefully that deconfuses a few people. 204, so this is a short overview of the features in 204. So one big block of features relate to accessibility. So this is about enabling apps to query what accessibility support and settings there are on the TV, and for if the app thinks it can do better at, say, subtitles than the TV, then it can ask the TV, please don't do subtitles. This, if you look at what the regulatory landscape with the European Accessibility Act coming up, it's important to be doing relevant activities in this area. There's a webinar on this one if you look in our YouTube channel, and the main person who's driving this is Nigel Moore from Sony, who's around somewhere. So if you know Nigel, feel free to bother him. If you don't, come and bother me and I'll point you at him. Another thing that's been requested quite a few times is voice assistant integration, so Alexa and Google Assistant. So the scenario we're trying to address here is if the TV UI is using voice input, and then suddenly you go into HbbTV and the voice input just stops and you have to go and find the remote control and pick it up, which is not a good user experience. So we're looking at how the app can tell the TV what voice inputs it can handle and allow the TV to provide those. We heard a lot about HbbTV and DVBI yesterday. The point of what we're looking at now is enabling an HbbTV red button app to run on a broadband DVBI channel. So get another step towards the user not having basically the same user experience regardless of whether the channel came over RF or over broadband. We've got a few smaller stuff. In the interests of time, I will just go through these. One of them didn't make it. Analytics. New versions of the spec are not just about adding stuff, they're also about removing stuff if it's not used, because implementing stuff that nobody's using is a waste of time for everyone. So we are looking at whether we can deprecate here means give notice to the market that we will remove something. It doesn't mean it's going to be removed tomorrow. We've done that for a few things if we're spectacularly confident nobody's using it, but for sensitive stuff, we're just giving due notice. I mentioned that some of the 2021 stuff crept in. So updating the web standards is always a continual tension. People are very nervous about adopting bleeding edge web standards that nobody has adopted yet or that have just appeared in the latest version of Chrome. But equally, if you're 5 years behind, you have a problem. Web code and libraries and toolkits can't be reused anymore. IPv6 is optional, but ISPs are turning it on for home consumers, and suddenly you find if you don't have tests, something stopped working. Better graphics, so we had 1280-720p graphics since the dawn of time. We're now expanding support for 1920 1080 graphics and better. A practical comment from people was that some TVs will suspend apps under certain circumstances, and we're enabling apps to detect that they've been suspended and resumed so that they can actually adjust their behavior accordingly. That was 204. The features, the document is stable. We've got a few small changes still being made, but we only publish specs when we have unit test descriptions reviewed and approved. It turned out, bitter experience here, that's the only practical way to get companies to put resources into creating the unit test descriptions. Otherwise, you wait forever. The resourcing of this is also a good test that a feature that was proposed 2 to 3 years ago is still relevant. So we got just under 250 of these in review at the moment, of which 90 are approved. So what does that mean for when it will be published? Well, it depends on the members contributing voluntary resources to reviewing the remainder of the 250. It might be done this year. I hope it'll be done this calendar year. It might not. Depends on the priorities of the members. Moving on from the main spec to op apps. So we've got some demos of op apps outside. We're learning lessons from HD+, M7, Zatu, etc. With lots of small details. I'd like to thank particularly HD+ and supplier Yotta and Raj for helping land their feedback. We've got a few new features linking the op app with the CI Plus module. So the model is the user inserts a module into the TV and the op app is installed from the module that's been inserted. Better support around OTT services. So streaming OTT content, not using the native Dash player in the TV, but a JavaScript Dash player. Discovery of OTT services that's done by the op app. And running regular broadcast-related apps when either of those apply. So this is work in progress, more work to do. We also have other what we call independent app specifications. So application discovery over broadband has been mentioned a few times. Sorry. So ADB phase 2 we had. Then we did a integration between ADB2 and TA, which Vincent just mentioned. This was stable. It's waiting for more deployment experience. And we had a bit about this from RTL and Varance in the presentations yesterday. IPTV is a historical thing. TA, so we have an internal update that fixes a few bugs. There's no real plan for publication. We're just waiting for more work in the market. So there's TA outside in the hall. We have a few planned independent specs. So one is next generation video codecs. So VVC, AVS3, AV1, etc., documenting how those could be used with HbbTV. The timing around this one is uncertain because of a lot of controversy around AV1 that I won't go into. Another one that Vincent mentioned briefly is DRM guidelines. So the ambition here is to reduce the occurrence of DRM as a problem for HbbTV service deployment. So help platforms, trademark licensors, through deployment of services with HbbTV, inform them about the choices they need to make, what they need to think about. Parts of this are clearly going to be massively controversial. Everything to do with DRM always is. Anything that is controversial is just going to probably get deferred, and we're going to do what we can in a timely manner and then come back to the stuff that's too hard. The next slide, I don't expect you to read it. It's included purely for the purposes of people reading the presentation afterwards. It's an illustration of the possible table of contents of that document. So, ta-da, don't bother reading it. Go and get the PDF and read it afterwards and decide if this is interesting to you. Supplier evaluation working group. So when we have the 204 unit test descriptions, there will be an RFP. The supplier evaluation group will review the responses to that. The RFP is actually being prepared in the licensing group, so if you're interested in this RFP, please talk to Nigel or Stuart, they're both here. Testing group. So Vincent mentioned the test suite. Not everyone is familiar with this. So the test suite for TVs and set-top boxes implementing HbbTV is one of our key achievements. With many independent implementations, the reality is if something's not tested, it won't work. At least it won't work on some of them. And balancing coverage, availability, quality needs a lot of care and attention. And I'd particularly like to thank Van, who's here, Rob, who isn't, and the other members of the testing group, many who are here, for the work they do in this area. So this is a little graph from Van. This is the current state of the test suite as of 2022-2. So we had about 78% of it approved. But that doesn't just cover the core spec, that covers TA, it covers op apps. If you just look at the core spec, there would be a bigger proportion approved. I couldn't find a nice pie chart of that one when I was making this slide. Test suite progress. So the black line is the number of tests in the test suite, which has been stable. So we've not had any new tests coming in. We've been working on reviewing and closing the gap between reducing the number of unreviewed ones. Looking forward, when you get the PDF, you'll find a few more slides in there that I suppressed in order to try and get the presentation to land in time. So when you see them, they're deliberately hidden. You can still read them, though. We have a continual churn of challenges to existing tests, which need to be analyzed, fixed, and the fixes reviewed. We will have review and acceptance of new tests, e.g. 204. We will have integration of tests using the W3C test runner. Sorry. So web platform tests, W3C have hundreds of thousands of these. We're looking at prioritizing a few hundred that add value. CTA Wave project are doing tests for MSE media playback, and we're working with them to finalize our review ahead of their formal release. These should be included in the test suite during 2023. And we want to try and get more of the OPAP and TA tests approved. So that was testing. I've got a minute and a half left for improving interoperability. So I will overrun because improving interoperability is important. So we have a -DRM reference app. So the important thing is not that we paid for this app to be created, but we actually pay for it to be run on a representative receiver zoo. So the sort of thing that Vincent was mentioning. So I found some numbers of how many receivers this has been run on. I think RTL mentioned several hundred, mentioned over 100. I think this is a smaller number. If you can add those up, I won't do it now, I haven't got time. And we get anonymized results showing how well the various features in the reference app are supported. I have got a slide on that one that I will show you. We've got some recent extensions. So there's 3 instances of this, as well as a production. There's a staging instance, so things that people should have a look at. So multi-period dash, we've got 7 different variations on that theme. PlayReady SL3000, Vincent mentioned. That's important for US content, and there wasn't any test content for it. We also have a testing instance, which is a bit more experimental. So one of the things we've got there is CBCS encryption, which is supported in PlayReady 4 and needed for common encryption between PlayReady and the Apple ecosystem. There's also one Widevine instance in there. Still pending for the testing instance are key rotation and persistent licenses. Dash validator re-architecting is something that's going on as a joint project with others. So improving robustness, reliability, etc. So to finish off quickly, this is just what the multi-period dash test screen looks like. So we've got a variety of different tests you can run, live, on demand, subtitles not. This is the anonymized results we get. So you can see DRM works almost everywhere. Some of the other features work a little bit less well. Live and multi-period seem to work a little bit better though. So this is the kind of anonymized results we get from the reference app, and these are available to you if you're an HbbTV member. SL3000, a little bit more work is needed because we don't distinguish where it should never work from where it should work but doesn't. So call to action. If you're an HbbTV member, please come and participate in the working groups and task forces. If you're not and you see something interesting in here, please join and participate. And there we are. And sorry for overrunning by a minute.
Thank you very much, John. Also, thank you very much, Vincent, beforehand. Vincent, if you come up, we've got a quick question to do you from Slido. And the question is, could it be the growth of SVOD will be directly proportional to the increase in the generations that will use it? Thank you very much to Vakina Semanova for that question.
Well, that is a very complex question, which I'm not sure I can answer. I can have my personal guess, but it's only a personal guess. I'm not sure. I believe, of course, the generation factor is an important one, but probably even one generation is evolving as a generation. And the generation of the people who are now 16 years will probably behave differently when they become 25 or 30. Maybe they will not behave like the people who today have 25 or 30, but they will not do exactly the same things as the one they do when they are 16. My personal guess, but
I guess we don't know what they'll do when they get older, have families, settle down on the sofa, and of course what other new technologies from HbbTV and other places come along.
Exactly. Generally speaking, I would remain very confident about people sitting in front of a TV set, a big screen, and comfortably watching the content they like, whether it's sports, series, movies, etc.
Very true. Thank you very much, Vincent. I'll keep the questions coming on Slido for our next panel.
Following the keynotes from the chair, HbbTV chair and vice chair, we are approaching the panelists with the topic HbbTV service review. And I would like to welcome our colleague, HbbTV friend, and also excellent journalist from Germany, John Krieger. Welcome on the stage, and you will introduce yourself and also the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure being here today. And I'm quite happy that the audience has filled a bit more after last night's very glamorous and great celebration. So thanks again for being here. And I'm proud and honored to be moderating the very first panel of the day. And I have a fellow German coming up to the stage with me. He's not just German, but he's also from Bavaria like me, but we didn't plan that. It's just a coincidence. Welcome, Rainer Bien from BMT, a German technical service provider. Applause for Rainer. He's going to update us on the HbbTV local TV portal. They've been running for 10 years now, and also very exciting, one of the first occasions that Rainer's going to give us an update on the German DVBI project that has recently been launched. So, Rainer, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Jörn, for the kind introduction, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the pointer here? This presentation is made up of two parts. At first, I would demonstrate our HbbTV local TV portal, and afterwards I was asked to give an update on the status of the German DVBI project, where we are part of. But before we start, let me introduce briefly BMT to you, if you don't know us yet. We have been founded in 1994 with headquarters in Munich, and we have two shareholders. The BLM is responsible for media regulation in Bavaria and thus for private broadcasters, and Bayerischer Rundfunk is the public broadcaster in Bavaria, so we have a background in both public and private broadcasting. We have many fields of activity you can see above. One of them is obviously HbbTV, where we have a quite long history. And we are really proud that we have been awarded with 2 HbbTV Awards. Unfortunately, not yesterday, but 3 years ago, when we implemented an inclusive application for people with hearing and visibility impairments. So on the left-hand side, you see the view through an AR glass HoloLens, which shows a sign language interpreter on the right-hand side, which is only visible for the person needing this special support, and all other viewers can have the TV screen without this distraction. The same is on the right-hand side, on the mobile phone, which is synchronized to the TV set for additional audio channels, like audio description or simplified languages, which can be used via headphone only for the person needing it, and all the others get only the normal audio without the support, which they don't need, and they are not distracted. That's it about BMT. Now we come to a HbbTV application that we have developed with the idea came up when we realized that local TV stations without a satellite distribution cannot be accessed on TV sets normally. So we've been setting up a special application, gathering all these small stations together in one single HbbTV application, which is provided by us. So it is available on satellite. The coverage is obviously all over Germany, and it's also available via DVB-T2 in the areas with dense population. These are the areas which are marked in green, so it's the biggest part of Germany is also available with DVB-T2 as well. It has a long history, started in 2012. You see the different versions throughout the years. And earlier this year, we made an upgrade on it. And this is how it looks today, quite fresh view. You can navigate through the different Bundesländer with services by using the right and left arrow keys. And then within the Bundesland of your choice, you can navigate through the specific program which automatically starts. So how does it work? As I mentioned, it can be accessed via DVB-T2, where it's a part of the service list for the connected programs. So if the DVB-T receiver is connected to the internet, there are some programs in the program list which can be directly accessed there. It's called Local TV, and you just go to that channel and the application starts. For satellite, we have set up a still image channel, so we used a small portion of our broadcast bandwidth for 1 megabit, for instance, for this TV-like still image channel, providing information on what the local TV portal is, and after a moment, the application automatically starts as a full-screen HbbTV application and can be used there. Within the program, you still have access to HbbTV applications like a media library. You can see here if it's available, and if a specific program is distributed via satellite, we use the satellite channel for the display. Otherwise, it's a streaming service. We have more than 70 programs from this list of Bundesländer. Bundesländer which are not included usually don't have too many programs, so it's the majority of the German local TV stations which are included. We don't go into detail, but I just wanted to show you who is included there. We support HbbTV, the traditional HbbTV streaming, as it was defined for HbbTV 1.1, and also we can use dash streaming, which is the most popular approach today. So every HbbTV enabled stream can be used in here. I mentioned how the navigation works, and we also made sure that after a restart, the last selected program is available. So we assume that people usually use only one of these programs and they don't have to go through all the navigation every time, so that it just starts with the one they left it with. Quite convenient then. You can see that we also extend the local TV portal to further platforms. More and more people are cord cutting, and we wanted to make sure that it's possible for people just using the internet without any other connections to their broadcast connections to their TV. And you can see the local TV portal in the Samsung Smart App here. So we have implemented it in Tyson. We are currently in the process of submission for WebOS, and it's available on Android TV and Fire TV as well. Of course, there's a website available for the public just to inform about the programs and how it can be accessed. So this is the way we make sure that local small stations are available on the big screen in the future without satellite. This can also be achieved by DVB-I, of course, and that leads me to the second part of the presentation about the German DVB-I project. So we are part of it, and I just don't go into much detail about DVB-I as a whole, because we had a very good session yesterday in the afternoon. But I just wanted to point out again that you shouldn't confuse DVB-I with DVB-S, C, or T, which are distribution standards. DVB-I only provides the metadata to access linear audio, video with all the elements that make up a traditional TV usage pattern, I would call it. So we provide, or it provides, structural service lists which enable a uniform user interface that can consist of service instances with broadcast delivery, as well as service instances with streaming. So for the user, it's quite transparent there. And of course, additional services like HbbTV, program guides, and so on are available. I mentioned already that there's a hybrid combination with broadcast delivery and dash streaming is possible. So DVB-I can ensure that the transition from broadcast to internet can be as smooth as possible. So for the German DVB-I project, what goals do we have? It's a temporary cooperation that's quite important. We just work together for a limited time and try to achieve a common understanding and demonstration of the potential of DVB-I. And we want to demonstrate a national market scenario for Germany as a whole. By working on this topic, of course, you identify technical shortcomings and requirements which we raise and try to overcome. That's, of course, one of the things we learned from the specification. You read it, you find at least things which are not clear and have to be enhanced. And of course, we have to gather more experience with the aggregation of service lists, which I will go into detail a little later. Of course, we have to make sure that all the business models, especially for private broadcasters, have to be available here. If, for instance, subscription models cannot be used in DVB-I, I think it would be a big disadvantage for the system. And of course, we want to provide a way for further activities for a possible launch of DVB-I in Germany. These are the participants. In the first row, you see the broadcasters, public broadcasters like ARD and ZDF, as well as the big private groups, RTL and 7one Media. And BMT is obviously not a broadcaster, but we represent the small stations and try to make sure that their needs are met within DVB-I as well. We have also a large list of end-user device manufacturers. You see them down below. So we have filled up our receiver zoo a little bit. I learned this word yesterday. And there's a very good cooperation with these partners in order to make sure that we have devices for testing purposes, for instance. What are the main items we are working on? Of course, HbbTV has been mentioned, and we learned yesterday that it plays an important role in the user interface for login and consent management, for instance. DRM I already mentioned, and subscription is vital for private stations which have a business model of marketing their HD content extra. Of course, event channels, that's one thing which the ZDF has already tried, is interesting for events. Think of Olympic Games, for instance. Extra channels for this are available for during the event, and they vanish afterwards automatically. Region-specific LCNs is a thing which I go into detail in a minute. EPG with link into media libraries is also a topic of ZDF. They have implemented that. You can access items from a media library, like content which is missed or pre-published directly from the EPG, which is really convenient. Playlist-based channels is the thing. You can make up, it's like a fast channel, play a linear channel made up of different items to a linear channel which can be freely navigated. You can skip items, for instance. Okay, we have the uniform service list which we have set up, and I have to speed up a little bit because I only have 30 seconds. So I want to go into the service list aggregation a little bit deeper. You can see here on this diagram that every partner provides the part of the service list they are responsible for, and they have to be aggregated in an aggregator in order to make sure that the TV just receives one particular service list. In this service list, there's also links into program guides which have to be delivered by the partners itself. That's why we have these extra arrows on the right-hand and on the left-hand side. So regionalization is one of the topics which we are working on, and why is that important? In Germany, we have had a media regulation which has just been published as a list of services of general interest, the so-called public value list. And this has some specifics on regional services, saying that the public TV program of a user's region is put on LCN number 7, and the private one goes to LCN number 8. And that needs adapted service list. You can do that on two different ways. On the client side, which is not the way we prefer. I don't go into that more. And it's also possible to do that on the server side. This is an enhancement which is available from DVBI release 4. You can add a postcode to the URL which is sent from the receiver to the server. And this makes sure that the server side can set up an individual list for this specific region. We have demonstrated that on IBC and also on our booth during the Mediatage München. During the installation process, the user can key in a postcode there. You see the postcode for Munich in this scenario. And in this case, the channel list is made up for the region of Munich, meaning the public station in this region is Bayerisches Fernsehen Süd, south, for the south of Bavaria. And on the next channel place is München TV, which is a local station in Munich. In the case of another postcode for Nuremberg, it's Bayerisches Fernsehen North, and it's Frankenfernsehen, located in Nuremberg. So, last slide, what are the next steps? Of course, we want to synchronize the findings and requirements we have with the Mediaset trial in Italy. We want to give feedback to the appropriate groups within DVB and also to the German TV platform. We have to work more closely on the generation of service lists, more into an operational phase, which has not yet been done. And of course, we need a concept for DRM and subscription. I mentioned that earlier. We are planning to make available an Android app for user tests, and we want to contribute to the DVBI Industry Forum, which is going to be starting next week. I think it's next week during the EBU Horizons event. So that's it from my side. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to questions.
Thank you for the insights, and I'm sure there are lots of questions, but let's use the coffee break after this session for those questions and save some time. So next one on stage is Paul Martin, the CEO of Ocean Blue Software in the UK. And Paul, you're going to give us an update on your Open Red Button project. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. It's great to be here again. I think during the last 24 hours or so, we've had a lot of conversation and interesting presentations on the exciting things that HbbTV apps can do for you, DVBI, targeted advertising, etc. But what we haven't talked about is the other end, which is the magic that needs to happen inside the television set to make all those applications come together. What I'd like to present to you today is an update on what we announced in the symposium in Paris last year, which is an innovative new way to implement that browser technology in the television, where we've got to and what the next steps will be. So just to start with, it's probably worth spending a few seconds on introducing you to Ocean Blue Software. We are a software services company, but we have a particular focus on open and shared source solutions. We created some years ago with Broadcom DTV Kit, which is a shared source community, in fact the only shared source community that's active in DVB software, CI+, etc. We've been working with open source communities like RDK for years now, and we've been working with HbbTV for the last 7 or 8 years. So we, from 2014, have had our own browser product, but we also contribute to HbbTV, having developed some of the test descriptions for TA and done some of the test implementation. Of course, our next contribution to the community is the Open Red Button, and for next year we're planning to open a test center. We're a European-based company headquartered in Bristol in the UK. We've got an office in Athens, and we're just ramping up a team in South Africa as well. So what is the Open Red Button project? And maybe a little bit of context would be useful. Given the long history of HbbTV, the normal way to implement the browser part, so that's the thing that makes your applications live inside the TV, is that there is a customized version of the browser that is inside the TV that is there just for running HbbTV. It's often based on an open source product like Chrome, but it is highly customized for HbbTV. And that has a number of drawbacks, and wouldn't it be great if you could take the browser that was, for example, in Android already there, that Google had spent a huge amount of money and effort optimizing its performance, updating its security, and simply use that browser for HbbTV. And in fact, that is what Orb does. It takes the browser, which is already available as part of the platform, and it turns it into a HbbTV compatible device. So it's not a separate browser, it uses the one that's already there. About 2 years ago, I asked that clever guy over there, Josh, to give me an estimate on how much it would take us to update our legacy product, which was implemented in the same way as all the other browsers, to 2.03. And he came back to me and said, well, Paul, that will take you probably 5 man-years, but that would be a really dumb thing to do. What we really ought to do is take advantage of some of the latest features in browser technology and re-implement the whole thing, or pretty much the majority of it, using JavaScript. So the way it works is when the HbbTV page is loaded into the browser, we detect that and we add a little bit of extra JavaScript that turns that standard browser into an HbbTV compatible browser. I've mentioned Android as an example, but it's not the only example. The architecture of Orb is such that it will work with pretty much any browser. So an alternative platform for building these consumer products is RDK, as an example. And in RDK, we use the standard WP browser. So it's a different browser, but because it's mainly just JavaScript, it just works. The benefits of that are it's cheaper, it's faster to implement, it's more flexible because it's in JavaScript and it's easier to change, and because you are relying on the browser that's already available in the platform, it's updated by Google or the RDK community more frequently, so it's more secure. So within the project, we've broken it into a number of components. So there's the JavaScript part, which is the core of the product and probably about 80% of the lines of code. That is reusable across every platform. It's identical, and we have this reusable core. There are a few parts that can't be done in JavaScript, which we supply as C++ components, and then I won't bore you with all the details, but there are some reference integrations to make it easier for our customers. So we've taken those reusable components and we've packaged them with Android and with RDK, but there is no limit. It could be implemented in any software infrastructure, but there are default solutions available. So those of you who have good memories and can remember last year will probably remember much of that from my presentation last year. But where did we get to in the last 12 months? So we're now on our Android reference. Why did we start with Android? That was where our first customers wanted us to start. We've completed the development. It's a full implementation of 2.03 with Media Synchronizer. We've completed the testing of that, and we've now moved on to designing projects. We've done the same thing in RDK, so we have a complete implementation. It's a month or two behind, it's still in testing, but because it uses 80%, 90% exactly the same implementation, actually moving it onto the RDK platform was a much easier thing to do. So we've now moved on to designing projects. So we are currently working on 2 Android-based products that will come to market next year, and also 2 RDK-based products. So those are television sets which will be based on RDK, or are based on RDK as their operating system. We're also working with one semiconductor partner who will include it as part of their reference design. So we've moved from an R&D point where I think this time last year we were 80% complete on the implementation, still had a lot of testing to do, to a point where this really will come in products, and a lot of products, during the next 12 months. So what are our plans for 2023? Well, we will launch it, as I've said, in numerous products. We, of course, will maintain it, but actually, we're also going to extend it. So we have interest from our partners in terms of extending the 2.03 features to include OPAP. We're under discussion for 2.04, and I think there are also people who are looking to support us for targeted advertising. The thing that is also different with Orb is we are not going to sell this as a traditionally licensed product. We haven't developed it using Ocean Blue's money. We've developed it as a collaboration between Ocean Blue and 3 or 4 of the very large HbbTV Association members. So those things we can only do with the support of the community. There is interest from our existing partners to help us develop those things, but we also need support to bring those to market. The other thing I hinted at in last year's presentation was a vague ambition to create an open source community around Orb. And the next thing we'd like to announce is that from the end of the first quarter next year, we will create an open source community based on Orb. What does that mean? It means go to GitHub, all the software's there, you can download it, it's free, you don't pay any licenses, you don't pay any royalties, it's there as an asset for the industry. How can we do that? Well, we can do that because of the support of the partners that we've had that's brought us to this point. The GitHub community will contain the reusable components plus an Android reference integration. It's licensed using an Apache 2 license, which is one of the more permissive open source licenses. Initially, it will be moderated by OBS engineers, so we welcome people who want to get involved and offer improvements back, but we will take responsibility for making sure that those don't upset the quality of the rest of the code. In the future, we'd be open to involving other companies in moderation roles. So yeah, it's coming alive. For the RDK version, at the same time, that will become a standard part of the RDK community. So you go to RDK, you download it, the source code's there, and it works. OBS will always be available to provide training, support, integration services, maintenance, but really we're making this available as an asset to the industry. Really, that's all I wanted to say, but maybe a couple more points, given I haven't used my 15 minutes. I would emphasize we will make it available for free, but we really welcome other people getting involved and helping us move it forward. But what does it mean to you? Because I guess a lot of this community are broadcasters or app developers or the HbbTV Association itself. So if you're a broadcaster, it's there available as an asset, and we are already talking to broadcasters who'd like to use it as a test bed for some of the new features that they're working with. If you're an app developer, we are going to make available next year a desktop version. So this isn't a simulator. This will be the identical thing that would be running inside those TV sets. We will make available a desktop version that will allow you to test your applications on a real HbbTV solution, not a simulation. If you're a manufacturer, well, it's there for free. Come talk to us, we'll help you. It should reduce your costs. It should reduce your time to market. What's not to like? Finally, just to make Vincent happy, I think this should tie in very well with at least one, if not more than one, of the SMGs that were announced in Vincent's presentation this morning. So already I will volunteer Ocean Blue to get involved in at least one, if not more, of those. So, thank you very much. Look forward to talking to you with another update next year.
Thank you, Paul. And a couple of the questions that have come in on Slido have been answered already in the course of your presentation. So if there's anything left, please do have a look at Paul's stand at the exhibition. So thank you very much for this. Let's have a look at the next speaker. He's from Mainstreaming, and his name is Dan Rakiopa, and he's going to tell us all about, we need to know about an intelligent media delivery company. Thank you, and applause for Dan.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here to speak with all of you. I was really honored when my company asked me to do this. I didn't know if it was because I was the most experienced or because I was the only native English speaker in the company. So a little bit about mainstreaming and how we tie into HbbTV. So when I first learned about this, I got to be honest, I did not know a lot about HbbTV. We don't develop apps, but we do work with broadcasters. So mainstreaming is a CDN that was built for video delivery. And you may ask yourself, there's a lot of CDNs out there, why does it matter? Well, the thing is this. Mainstreaming is not like our past legacy CDNs. We were built about 7 years ago and with video delivery in mind. What that means is if you're building this beautiful project, you have this great application, we want to make sure that final step gets delivered to the end customer. If we don't do this, then everything that you're putting together is going to be a failure. Sorry, 1 second, having technical problems with my, there we go. Okay. So distribution is a big challenge when it comes to video streaming. If it's capacity issues, if we're working with congestion, we need to make sure that what we're doing gets delivered to the customer in the highest quality of experience. As a lot of you have probably seen over the months and years in the news, we see great content, such as NFL in the US, but they're having delivery issues. What happens? Customers complain. They don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. Why am I paying for a service, but I'm not seeing my content? Also with Viaplay, Viaplay also saw issues with F1. F1, again, great content. Viaplay, great company. But what's happening behind the scenes that mainstreaming or another CDN could do to prevent these issues? Our biggest thing is customer loyalty to the platform. If you're watching a show and it's not working, what are you going to do? You're going to switch, go to another service. This is why HbbTV is so important. I love what everyone is working together, putting together to make the best quality of experience. So how mainstreaming differs? Again, we are a CDN that was built for live streaming. As you can see in point 1, our smart architecture was optimized to use all the resources. Our edge intelligence software ensures the best quality of experience, and also our distribution inside the ISPs, putting the service as close to the end user as possible. So our smart architecture. If you look here in the diagram, if we look at a legacy CDN, we see that the process is a lot more, it acquires more steps. So it goes from the origin, then to the inquiries, then to the edge, then to the deep user, then to the end user. Mainstreaming has optimized this with intelligent software to reduce this. With fewer catch layers, we are able to deliver video at a much more streamlined effect. So mainstreaming is an industry leader working with broadcasters. So we are based in Milan, Italy. This is our biggest market. We are working with Sky Italia, Rai, but we are also expanding our market. We have customers that will soon to be announced in the coming months that we're working throughout Europe and also in North America. Now what we do is we want to help broadcasters with the migration to IP. The other thing that mainstreaming does that's different from other CDNs is usually we see private CDN or what we say as a global CDN, which is a shared CDN. What we offer is both. So what we did with our flagship customer, DAZN, was DAZN had a problem, and they said, how can we increase the quality of experience to our users? So what we did was we built a private CDN on premises for them. The difference is, instead of just selling hardware and saying, here's everything, what mainstreaming differs is we do a fully managed service. The difference is this, is we understand, we studied the market, we understand CDN, and so we bring both to the table. The good thing about this is we give you the option if you want a fully private CDN. Do you then need a global CDN for your peaks? We can do a hybrid approach where we can help lower your cost by not making you commit to X amount of hardware with the private CDN, and then give you overflow options to make sure during big peak events we can handle your overflow. We've done this in Italy by deploying over 5 terabit per second for DAZN. We've handled sporting events with over 3 million plus concurrent users. Another big thing is that we are very conscious of what's happening in the environment. As everyone is well aware with the energy crisis that Europe is seeing, we need to be, we need to understand how can we help and do our part. So by deploying less servers in the right locations in the edge, we are able to help reduce energy cost, which then we pass our costs on to our customers. The other thing is when it's time to redeploy hardware every 3 to 5 years, because we are doing less hardware, we are helping the environment by not putting as much waste into our landfills. Now here, if you take out your phones, you can scan this QR code. This QR code will allow you to do a free test trial or to book a meeting with my experts. If you haven't already, I encourage everyone to visit our booth. We have our co-founder, Philippe, here with us, also another one of my colleagues from our business development team. If you have any questions when it comes to how we can help you, anything like that, it will be our pleasure. And I would like to thank also, especially Kenaton, for being one of our key partners when it comes to HbbTV. They really opened up our eyes to the need in the market. Now we hope to, if we're not working with any else of you, please visit our booth, because we're always looking for new innovations, new ideas about how we can work together to help deploy the best experience to our users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan, for these insights. And I would like to ask the next panelist to the stage, Mathieu Gariani, Chief Product Officer from NetGem. And Mathieu is going to tell us all about the implementation and distribution of NetGem technology in the UK and in other markets. Welcome, Mathieu, and a big round of applause for you.
Thanks, Jorn. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and to represent NetGem at this HbbTV Symposium. I looked at the watch and I think we're running a bit late, so I'm going to try and be as brief as we can. So we can start, so that's this way. Yes, so just a quick intro about NetGem. For those who don't know NetGem, NetGem has been around for about 25 years and had started with a vision that is very much in line with the HbbTV vision, which is the internet and the TV world will eventually merge. So we have a huge team of experts in France and elsewhere with about 70 engineers. And we've been working with HbbTV since the beginning. Am I too close or is it okay? Higher unit. Cheers. Thank you, Jorn. Great. Yes, perfect. And what makes us unique is that we have developed a service. In fact, we started as a very technically oriented company, but progressively built a service layer. And we distribute our solution, which is, I'll talk about it a bit later, hybrid solution, to 35 operators, mostly in Europe, but also in other regions. So just a brief note on these operators we're working with. Mostly they are telcos, but also media companies. So we work with TalkTalk in the UK, Elisa in the Nordics, PureTel in Germany, Video Future, also Nordnet, and on the media side, we work with Gaumont in France and France Channels in the US. In terms of the partnerships we have with content partners, I see this slide that actually needs to be refreshed, but it's okay, I'll cover that. So we have some local partners in France, in the UK. In particular, in the UK, we're very closely working with Freeview Play, Digital UK, with DTG, and we have, as you can see here, all the different partners, mainstream VOD partners. What's interesting is that we work with partners that are providing a lot of different models, so SVOD, BVOD, AVOD, fast, but because we have a hybrid stack, HbbTV stack, we also provide digital television on DVB-T2. So you have basically a huge mix of different types of delivery, different kind of media, different kinds of models. And the real question is, how do you provide a real good unified experience when you have that many different models to provide for the end user? In fact, we have now about 210, I think it's a bit more now, and channels that are provided. If I take the example of the UK product, we have all the Freeview channels, but on top of that, we have also more than 100 HD OTT channels. So we heard, earlier, I think Vincent mentioned that in his speech, that we're going to have a world that is going to be co-led by broadcasters and big media companies as well. And you're going to have, like this very hybrid environment, and experience is going to be very important. So how do you deliver a good experience when you have like 210 channels, many hours of AVOD, SVOD, free premium, hybrid apps? How do you do that? And even now, I think we mentioned it yesterday as well, video games. And this, all of this is in an environment, I think, at the moment where we can say that all the wallets are shrinking. AVOD is extremely relevant, FAST is relevant, and people expect all of that to be available on the same service. Now, in terms of HbbTV, purely HbbTV features, NetGem started from the beginnings on the red button in the UK, working with BBC, DTG, Freeview very closely, and we later delivered as well the green button, which, if you guys don't know this feature, is allowing you to start a program that is broadcasted live from the beginning. It's actually deep linking directly to iPlayer to launch it. We are very proud also to have participated with the Freeview team somewhere in the room, to the channel 555, which is a text-to-speech accessible program guide. And we must say the engagement has been very good with this channel, which is purely HbbTV development. And there's some more exciting features. I don't know if I can talk about it totally because it's not yet released, but we're working closely to the Freeview team. And maybe I can show you a little bit, if I don't name it yet, but there's some really good stuff coming up. So you can see here what you probably already know, which is a classic implementation of a red button on the left-hand side. So red button will allow you to access text and video services from BBC. And you can see here it will give you some extra programs and also offer to restart and watch more things in an HbbTV layer coming from the right-hand side. On the right-hand side of the screen here, you can see the implementation of the green button, which appears while you're watching a program. On the top right corner, you have a little HbbTV prompt that tells you if you want to restart this program, and generally it appears in the first 10 seconds of starting a program, you can restart the program going to iPlayer directly. On the left-hand side of this slide, you can see the accessible guide that was implemented with Freeview by Freeview Play on channel 555 in the UK. On the right-hand side is exciting stuff that is coming up, which will give you access while you're watching a current program. It will give you access in HbbTV as well to entire box sets and much more rich content relevant to the current program you're watching, so personalized to the current program you're watching. And that is very exciting. So we're looking forward to delivering that together with Freeview and the Freeview Play team. So if you want to see that in action and have a live demo with me or my colleagues, you can come and see us on booth 10. It will be my pleasure to present it to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mathieu, for these insights. Now it's a very special pleasure for me to introduce you to Angelo Paitazzi, who's the chairman of the Marketing and Education Working Group of the HbbTV Association. And you've heard about it a couple of times yesterday, but now we're going to go much deeper into it. The HbbTV Developer Portal, a great new service for the developer community. Thank you, Angelo. An applause for you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Give me a few seconds to connect my laptop. Okay, should be there. Perfect. Good. Here we are. So the topic today for me to deliver to you is the HbbTV Developer Portal. The Developer Portal is a marketing education working group project. We are a group of members inside the HbbTV Association that meet regularly to try and to promote the brand, the HbbTV brand and the technology of HbbTV, and we are using to do that through regular meetings, and we are inviting any member to join our MEWG meeting there, and we do that delivering our message to the stakeholders interested in HbbTV that are, as you may know, perfectly, but beside the traditional ones that are broadcasters and CEM manufacturers, there are other interested people, advertisers, members, or regulators. These are all people that we would like to target in terms to let them know what is HbbTV, what is the technology, how to they would understand and are able to make and to understand the technology itself. So why the HbbTV Developer Portal as an MEWG project? It sounds a little bit strange because it's a technology thing, but we decided to design and to implement inside the MEWG because, and we put money on that, because we thought that there were a kind of gap to fill and to help developers to deploy and to write good code for applications. So I'm going to tell you something about that, how we design it, how we implement it, which are the features of the developer portal. We even tested the developers to asking them which are the most relevant thing for them and which are their feedback, what they would like to have inside a developer portal that could help them in making better and easy programming applications for TVs and services. Why? So you perfectly know that the HbbTV Association is developing the specifications, but frequently there are a lot of information that are not all together. You have information on the website, you have information on the GitHub, you have information spread around the various places. So we thought that the need was to have a unique place where the developer would easily find all the information needed to them to develop and write applications, HbbTV applications. So we then decided to develop this kind of stuff to provide quick access to technical information in a structured, searchable, and crawlable way, aiming to support the HbbTV developer community. So a reference point where find answer and make questions from and to the community. How do we implement that? We didn't invent anything new. We decided to use the usual way the portal or the technical information are structured. There are a lot of examples on the web where the community, the developer community, are used to go and find a reference tool, information, snippet of codes, stuff like that. We decided to use exactly the same structure, nothing new. But the idea was to try to give them a clear understanding of the programming thing that are needed to deploy and write an HbbTV app. Examples: how to launch an application, its life cycle, signalization on delivery means, remote control interactions, launch and control of video streams, and so on. Guidelines, articles mainly, tutorial-based text where people could have reference on topics relevant to them. Reference to specification, of course, that's one of the most important things. Where to find information about the APIs, how to use them, how to deploy them. And to allow them to pose questions and receive answer, even a virtual forum was implemented, and we didn't build anything new. We used the stackoverflow.com platform there with a specific hashtag where people could post information there and receive answers. The feature of the developer portal. I'm going to show you something about that, flipping through the pages of the web, of the developer portal site itself. Tutorials, API references, resources, forum, and the search feature. Tutorials. Let me show you directly from the website how it is organized. So as you can see, there are a quite, I think, interesting thing for a application developer. So how to write a very initial application, yellow world application, how to interact with a remote control, and you can go inside and then you have the informations to how to control the application via the remote control, and then handling the broadcast audio-video object, a basic screen logger. So other thing that we gather together in order to give them information and usable and useful thing for them. One important, in my opinion, thing is this area, the common mistakes to avoid. This is done in collaboration with the IITF group, that is the Improve Interoperability Task Force, chaired by Bob Campbell, and this is something that is in collaboration with them. When we find some feedback from the field, and we identify some issue is good. We decided to post the how to solve and how to avoid mistakes in this part of the website, of the developer portal. So the other area, going back to the presentation, here you have when you download the presentation from the website, all of them will be available after the event. You have all the reference here. APIs references, this is another area of the developer portal, and you have here all the information about the APIs you can do. But I'm not an expert, of course, I'm sorry, but the developer for sure is able to understand what is there, and they could find interesting information, a description of what the API is, how to use it, and other stuff. Going forward, another area, another feature are the resources. These are, I think, a very useful, one of the most useful area of the developer portal, where you can find the HbbTV DRM reference application, the link to it, and other tools that are absolutely necessary, useful for a programmer. For instance, FFmpeg, a complete cross-platform solution to record, convert and stream audio and video. So even the open Red Orbit emulator, other emulators. So I think there is plenty of information or plenty of tools that a developer could use there. The forum is as said, is the Stack Overflow forum. Is a platform where with an HbbTV hashtag you can post information, post questions, and receive information there. I would jump on the one of the last slide because of the time. We did a survey between developers. We got a quite interesting number of answers, and you can see here what they answered in terms of the more common answer we received. And these are going to be discussed internally, because we think there is a big area of improvement here in terms of delivering a better developer portal, better feature in order to fulfill needs and to deliver a better service to them. You can have an idea of that. For instance, which productivity debug monitoring tool are you missing from your HbbTV app development? And one of the most, I think, interesting thing is that an emulator on a PC and Mac should be, is missed. So we are going to discuss that internally, and the next step is to discuss this result together with the IITF group, and we are thinking to a possible initiative. I would like to invite you to join the meetings of MEWG and even the IITF in order to contribute to this, I think, very interesting and important tool for the HbbTV developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelo, for this update on the developer portal. And as Angelo said, if you want to work together with the association members on this portal and services offered there, there's been a question on, for example, browser extensions, browser add-ons in the Slido. That is exactly the place to develop these things. The Marketing and Education Working Group of the HbbTV Association, please attend to that to make some more progress on the developer project, because the developer project, as everything else in the HbbTV Association, is of course living from your contributions. Big thank you to all the speakers today, and now I'd like to hand over again to Eva for an update on the program. Thank you.
So thank you, John. Thank you also all the speakers again. It was very interesting. And now it's coffee time. So enjoy your coffee and tea, and don't forget to make a business and networking over there. You have plenty of time because we will be together back here in 12:20. So enjoy your time, and we will see you later.
Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Wow.
What's about to happen is going to be an adventure.
I can feel the energy.
Don't turn off your audience when you turn on advertising. HbbTV's simple yet powerful dynamic ad insertion solution keeps your audience captivated and monetizes your content from day one. Because your audience deserves ads that don't buffer, don't drop engagement, and don't interrupt the viewing experience. With ad blocker immunity and compatibility across any HLS or Dash compliant device, we help your ads reach a bigger audience. Our experts work with you to optimize your campaigns, ensuring the best price per ad through a unified auction process. All this means you boost revenue while sending the right ads to the right people in the right place and on the right device. Fast-track your DAI launch and go live in weeks, not months, increasing viewership and building loyalty right from the start. Our ad insertion solutions work on OTT, broadcast, FAST, HbbTV, and next-gen TV platforms to unify your monetization offering and future-proof your growth. At HbbTV, we use our end-to-end portfolio to create future-proof, greener innovation for our customers. It's what we get excited about. So turn on your advertising, captivate your audience, and catapult profits with HbbTV.
Digitization and changes in consumption behaviors are fundamentally changing the entire TV advertising industry. Advertisers are eager to apply the data-driven tactics of online advertising to their TV strategies. At the same time, Silicon Valley giants have made significant advances to gain control of the big screen. This is all placing pressure on broadcasters to adapt and reassert their role in the industry. That's where we come in. Introducing the fully addressable TV ad break, the real-time, targeted substitution of any or all ads within the linear TV ad break, tailored to a single device. With the fully addressable TV ad break, broadcasters gain unique selling points such as granular targeting capabilities, efficient control features, and personalized ad messaging, all while ensuring an uninterrupted viewing experience. Gain access to ad tech and TV monetization tools built for the future with SmartClip.
Don't turn off your audience when you turn on advertising. HbbTV's simple yet powerful dynamic ad insertion solution keeps your audience captivated and monetizes your content from day one. Because your audience deserves ads that don't buffer, don't drop engagement, and don't interrupt the viewing experience. With ad blocker immunity and compatibility across any HLS or Dash compliant device, we help your ads reach a bigger audience. Our experts work with you to optimize your campaigns, ensuring the best price per ad through a unified auction process. All this means you boost revenue while sending the right ads to the right people in the right place and on the right device. Fast-track your DAI launch and go live in weeks, not months, increasing viewership and building loyalty right from the start. Our ad insertion solutions work on OTT, broadcast, FAST, HbbTV, and next-gen TV platforms to unify your monetization offering and future-proof your growth. At HbbTV, we use our end-to-end portfolio to create future-proof, greener innovation for our customers. It's what we get excited about. So turn on your advertising, captivate your audience, and catapult profits with HbbTV.
Digitization and changes in consumption behaviors are fundamentally changing the entire TV advertising industry. Advertisers are eager to apply the data-driven tactics of online advertising to their TV strategies. At the same time, Silicon Valley giants have made significant advances to gain control of the big screen. This is all placing pressure on broadcasters to adapt and reassert their role in the industry. That's where we come in. Introducing the fully addressable TV ad break, the real-time, targeted substitution of any or all ads within the linear TV ad break, tailored to a single device. With the fully addressable TV ad break, broadcasters gain unique selling points such as granular targeting capabilities, efficient control features, and personalized ad messaging, all while ensuring an uninterrupted viewing experience. Gain access to ad tech and TV monetization tools built for the future with SmartClip.
Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Wow.
What's about to happen is going to be an adventure.
I can feel the energy. I can feel it moving me. I'm ready for a new adventure. Think it's time for me to make my play. I'm gonna lead everybody else. I'm doing things just for
to join us. She's going to be leading this session. She's the Associate Director of Products and Services at the DTG in London, where she manages the infrastructure and technical integrity of the development and testing operations. A big testing operation going on at the DTG, and that ensures delivery to the specification, the deadline, and the budget. And Ranjit, all yours now.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's again a pleasure to be here today. I'm ready to work for 3 major platforms in the UK, FreeSat, Freeview HD, and Freeview Play. And also contributed towards the management of @800 Conformance logo, which supported the rollout of 4G LTE services in the UK. And recently, I have started working on the DVB-I technology for its successful deployments, and for that, we have created DTG DVB-I test suite for the interoperability and the conformance to the specification. So conformance and interoperability sits at the heart of my work. And at DTG, we work with various members as well as key stakeholders from the industry to drive the interoperability and also for the ongoing viability of the national UK television within the global context and multi-sector ecosystem. So on that note, we understand that for any future technology to be successful, to be stable, resilient, reliant, as well as trusted, the conformance is really important and one of the essential components for the successful deployment. So on that note, I will invite Bob Campbell. He's a director of Eurofins and especially looking after all the HbbTV applications as well as the products from the Eurofins perspective. And he also chairs the Improving Interoperability Task Force for the HbbTV, and he'll be taking us towards the certification and the management areas of the interoperability within the specification of the HbbTV ecosystem. So welcome, Bob.
Thank you, Ranjit. Can you hear me okay? Is that all right? Yeah. So thanks for having me here. Bob Campbell from Eurofins Digital Testing. Some of you may know we have recently been announced that we're being acquired by a private equity company. We're about to go for a name change, so my company name's about to change, but usually marketing teams have spent a lot of money coming up with something new. But anyway, we're involved in a lot of different conformance regimes for a lot of different standards and technologies around the world. We have helped launch some of the big conformance regimes in HbbTV, and we're also involved in, for example, the Next Gen TV logo program in the US. So we've spent a lot of time over the years helping organizations get successful platforms up and running. And I want to talk a little bit about how we see those platforms have achieved success, some of the challenges that they face, and how to address those in different types of market. So the first sort of components of every successful regime have been marketing the logo program to consumers, telling people what the features are, what they're going to get. Obviously, consumers have a lot of choice out there, and they really do want to be wowed by the services and the features that actually mean something to them. Obviously, technology and business models and so on that we can achieve within HbbTV, like targeted advertising, are great. But you really need to think about how do you explain to a consumer what they're getting with the service and pitch that and use a logo program to really explain that to the consumer. So when they're looking in a shop, they go and pick that thing out and go, yeah, I want the TV that has that. Whatever it's Freeview Play or Love TV or Freeview Plus in Australia and New Zealand. The logo agreement is the process by which we hold everybody to account. So it's kind of the carrot and the stick kind of approach. The carrot is the logo program that helps TV vendors sell their devices. The stick is the agreement and the requirements through that agreement to actually get the program, get the logo. So that usually involves testing at some form with a test suite, with applications, probably additional usability and performance testing through an organization that is able to then discuss with the manufacturers issues that might come up and waivers that might need to be issued for devices where fixes might come later on for something. That is a really important part of that process that can't be done without an organization in the middle to help coordinate that process. So this is the kind of way that such a regime works. We have the manufacturer potentially self-testing. That's perfectly viable, and they can get materials and tools to do that. And work in their own QA process, the testing that they need to do, and produce a report at the end that then goes through to the organization, handing out the logo scheme, handing out the logo and checking that, auditing it, perhaps doing some additional end application testing on devices that have been sent in for the final step. Or they can go through an independent lab that will do that testing on their behalf, and there's some benefits to each approach. It's really important in this kind of horizontal market that we're in with HbbTV, where you've got lots of different devices coming from all sorts of different manufacturers with different approaches to how they want to price their device, and different models that will have different levels of performance, that you have a process that they can follow and they understand, and that, you know, across the world we're dealing with supply chains that are complex with many different dependencies. They all need to be able to understand what the components are that they're going to have to pass to get to the results at the end and get that logo. Is HbbTV as hard as everybody makes out? I actually think a lot of complaints or concerns about interoperability are slightly misrepresented or misfounded. HbbTV is difficult. It's a complex system. We're talking about a broadcast, broadband, hybrid technology stack that achieves an awful lot of great things that OTT services don't have to worry about, in fact. But Netflix spend a huge amount of time testing on banks of devices and reams of machines in labs to achieve an experience that obviously is great and that people love. They put a lot of time into doing this end testing and usability testing and performance testing on the target devices, and it is a challenge. It is a workload, but I don't think HbbTV suffers from quite the same problem that some of these organizations have, in fact. So what are the components? We have conformance testing on the receiver. We have application testing, obviously. We have interoperability testing, which is bringing those two things together. And then there's also a need to do additional field testing and just checking that in practice with the real apps and real locations, some of these things come together. And what does HbbTV offer to help with that? Well, we've run plug fests in the past in HbbTV. Obviously, there's the device test suite that HbbTV produces. We've heard a little bit about the reference app and the content validator as well. What is the test suite? It's a tool that provides conformance information about devices' support of features in the specifications. It's a minimum set of unit tests, effectively. There are 3,000 now. There's a lot of tests there, but they are a baseline and a foundation for additional testing on top. If you don't know whether the devices you're using have passed that test suite, you don't know what foundation you're starting from. We have a test tool, others do too, and we're flattered that it's been an inspiration for others. Legard is a test harness for the HbbTV test suite that supports a whole load of different test suites and tools for different regional platforms, and I'll talk a little bit about that some more in a minute. Why is it there? Why do we do it? Well, we've talked about the need to make sure when you have an application that tests that uses a certain set of APIs, you've no idea when you bring a new app out whether the other APIs it's using have been tested. So the idea with the test suite is to exercise all of those things and make sure across the APIs that are covered by the test suite, we've done the basic kind of testing to make sure they're all there for you. Obviously, on top of that, there are things that other requirements come in from platforms. We've talked about DRM systems and optional features that regimes in different regions want. Why do they need these things? Because different regimes work at different rates. There are different devices in their market and different histories with the legacy of models supporting earlier versions of HbbTV. So there are reasons for those differences in the market that are commercial and about the rollout of services and applications that support new and advanced features. Some markets are ready to go ahead far earlier than some other markets are. And so that's why there are these variations within different HbbTV regions. We've talked a little bit about the reference app earlier, so I won't repeat all of that. It's there as a resource for everybody to use. It's open source. There's lots of information there about that on the website. We talked a little bit about the Dash Validator. Again, another useful tool for service providers to check streams are conformant and get feedback on their streams to make sure that that's going to work with the devices in the market. We've also briefly touched on plug fests, and they've been run by different organizations around Europe at various times where people get together and use devices that are in development with apps that are in development and work out some of those interoperability issues. Those are a really valuable thing for an organization to try and operate and run and open up to others to participate and take part in. We've also talked a little bit about the developer portal, which is the new thing that HbbTV has put together in the past year. And again, that's a great resource. I won't spend too long going over that again. We've also done some things. We put a bit of information together on the website. And two of the questions that quite often come up in feedback to the organization through our surveys is about feature X not being enabled in my market, or even HbbTV not being enabled in my market. There are a lot of commercial reasons why that happens. It's not technical necessarily. It's often commercial. It's about support for features that may not actually exist in any deployed applications. Why would a manufacturer potentially pay extra licensing fees or investment in QA work to support a feature that isn't actually being used by any applications? There are a number of possible reasons why that might not happen. And what can you do about it? You will need to engage with the manufacturer and discuss that with them. We've got a lot of other bits and pieces on the website. There are lots of things under that resource library link there about the material in the test suite, list of what's in there. There are webinars, white papers, and other information. And we talked a bit about boosting the improving interoperability work that we do. It's a very small team with just a handful of participants on a regular basis. So you really are invited to come along and bring the issues that you're experiencing to our group and help us work on them. And that's really where these things will get sorted out, by people bringing information about the specific issues that you're seeing and helping us work out how the association within its specifications or testing group or other resources that it has can actually address those problems. And we need detail, and we need people prepared to do a little bit of work to help build things to fix stuff. It's really important to differentiate between the steps that we have in building testing of the test suite and testing with reference applications or real applications. They are different things. They do different things. I won't go through all of this, but obviously it's really important to also test with an application. Even though we've tested with the test suite, there are use cases and scenarios that it can't test or the test suite doesn't yet cover. We can bring those things closer together with feedback from the market about state transitions or sequences that actually cause problems in the real world. But it's still really important to test with your application. And with that in mind, there's a lot of actual testing that goes on for applications outside of conformance and support of HbbTV specifically. And we did a project with an OTT service provider where we did a whole load of load testing and performance testing of their player app with our cloud-based test infrastructure to do a whole load of performance behavior tests across a range of different users and types of setup. And we do all of those things because we need to, because those are the things you need to do for any successful OTT service. And it's no different in HbbTV. Those things still apply in HbbTV. It isn't going to go away or be made simpler just because there's a standard and it's open and there are sort of test resources and test materials for conformance. These things also need to happen on top. So bringing this back to this region a little bit more, what can you do if there isn't a logo scheme or isn't a platform able to organize that? There are still lots of things that you can do. A test report from the manufacturers that you're working with will help you understand what they do and don't support. You can get that from the manufacturer, they can self-test, or you can get that through a test center. You should look at putting a forum together where you can discuss the planned rollout and timeline of features that you're going to use within your applications with manufacturers, and provide a mechanism for them to talk to you about where they are and what support they have for different requirements you might have. For example, SL3000 is a DRM level that's been hot in the news, but it was put forward before a lot of devices were even ready to support it, and there needs to be a lot more of a continuous communication program with the device manufacturers about supporting these kind of things before putting them out there and expecting things to be ready and ready to go. If you can make your applications available to device manufacturers outside of the region you're in, often they're geo-blocked, but if manufacturers are in China or in Korea or wherever else in the world, they need to be able to get their QA teams or their development teams to work on it. And if you can, run an interoperability event. Get help from the test experts that you will see speaking today, and we can help you put your app through its paces and get it out into the market quickly. Potentially you get to the point where you might have to think about having allow lists for devices that you know work with the application, so that you control how that app appears in the market. That can then go together with marketing with an equipment vendor to say, look, this device supports our app, and use that as maybe a way of encouraging others to get behind that and want to be part of that program. If you can put some adverts out that have their brand on the TV, that's worth a lot to them. And finally, to do a lot of testing. There's no shortage of things you can test, and no shortage of things you need to test. So just to sum up, this is an ongoing thing that will remain difficult as long as we keep thinking of new and exciting ways to do HbbTV and deploy new types of technology and bring in new things like DVBI and targeted advertising. We will keep having new challenges. Devices will be stuck with their legacy support for things that you will need to kind of accommodate as you move forward. There are lots of different ways to do testing and certification, but try to use the test suite as a foundation. You may want to adapt that with additional things for your country regime or your country's requirements. And definitely you need to do additional testing for interoperability. You will have to get together with your app vendors and your device manufacturers to do that. We think there are reasons why those regimes exist and why they are still there that are difficult to overcome because they're commercial and practical and not technical. But that's why they're there, and that's why we think they're going to continue to be there for some time. All right, that's me done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bob. That was really insightful, actually. Very good presentation. Now we'll start with the roundtable on the conformance regimes management. For that, I'm going to call all my panelists here, one by one. Xavier Redon, Product Manager at Cellnex. He's HbbTV Treasurer, HbbTV Steering Group Member, Ultra HD Spain Vice Chair, and he's leading HbbTV and interoperability projects such as hybrid platform Lovis TV, TDT Hybrida, and also he's controlling and managing another projects such as Ultra HD over DTT and 5G. Xavier Redon. And congratulations for winning the HbbTV Award for marketing and promotion of the Lovis TV.
Thank you.
Next, Daniel Novega, responsible for Italian certification regimes at TiVo for TV and set-top boxes, and he looks after the technical specifications right from drafting to device certifications. Member of the HbbTV Steering Group since November 2021. Welcome. Alex Russell, Controller of Technical Partnerships at Digital UK, where he has worked for 8 years and originally created the conformance regime for the UK's Freeview Play platform. Welcome, Alex. Thank you. Pedro Valentiene, International Business Development Manager at Kineton, manages the device certification and interoperability from the past 5 years, formerly managed the Italian conformance regimes for many years, and also supports the development of HbbTV applications and interoperability. Welcome, Pedro. And congratulations for the best award in terms of interoperability and conformance tool. Kine Media Cert is HbbTV test harness. Yoha Yoki from Sofia Digital, Director of Broadcast and Testing. He is in charge of DVB and HbbTV certification and conformance regimes, and is also the product manager of many broadcast products. Welcome, Yoha. Last but not the least, Stuart Savage, Director EU Innovation, Digital TV R&D at LG Electronics. He looks after the entire ongoing technical development of the European digital TV platform, digital media product offerings from LG. Welcome, Stuart. It's really an honor to actually sit with such a brilliant key stakeholders from the TV industry who looks after the conformance regimes. My question to Alex, actually, Freeview Play has been going now for 8 years in the UK, and what are the key challenges you are seeing now that the service has been running this long?
That one working? Freeview Play we've been running now since 2015, and we have, I think, 120 odd platforms now in our test suite. So really one of the key challenges we're facing at the moment is one of scale in terms of testing and ensuring the interoperability between the HbbTV services and the applications that we run on the device. We've got, I think, 10 different content provider applications on Freeview Play devices now, and those run across all devices, right back to the ones that were originally launched with the HbbTV 2.0 specification back in 2015. So ensuring that continuous support is probably one of the key challenges that we face, as well as the simple process of going through all the devices with all the applications whenever anything changes. Automation has a part to play in that, and we use both the Test Wizard system for our FreeSat boxes and also the Sui Test for the Freeview Play ones, and that does solve part of that problem, but it is still very manual, setup-driven process that takes quite a lot of time.
Actually, UK is one of the most balanced, as well as in terms of quality, conformance, and overall. And I think all the countries looks for all the good encouragement from the UK perspective. So well done. Actually, Freeview Play has been one of the very strong as well as stable platforms in the UK. So the next thing is, like, we have got new, especially in Spain. There is a change in the conformance management in Spain, Xavier, right? And HbbTV is now one of the regulatory requirement in Spain market. So how do you see that has worked with the manufacturers and as well as for the overall TV industry?
Yeah, in Spain, we have 3 different approach in the same country. One is certification by a certification regime with a TT Hybrida. And this is a certification regime that it's based on the HbbTV test suite, plus some tests that are specific for Spain, and also including the DRM. And this has been working for many years now. Second approach, it's a wide listing of the Lobes TV application. That it's we are testing all the devices in our lab. We have a TV Zoo, not as big as the one you have in DTG, but it's quite big now, with about 120 smart TV, different platforms from different manufacturers, and we test all the applications against all these platforms. And as Alex was telling, it's very time-consuming and a lot of manual work. Of course, want to have this automation, but there's always a lot of manual work needed to check anything. And the third way of we are working, it's this regulation. That in Spain, since 2020, March 2020, all the TVs are mandated to be 2.01 or later version. At the beginning, the regulation was generating a lot of doubts about how it's going to happen, but what we have seen is that in 2020, perhaps there was a small rise of older versions of TV sets because all the retailers were getting rid of the stock that they had in the market. But after that, almost all the TV sets sold in Spain are 2.0, and that has been a good success. And it has not created, as I am aware of, any real problem. The manufacturers have done their part of the deal. I mean, they have provided devices to the market that are compatible. That's been a good success of the story.
Thank you so much, Xavier. That's a great example that Spain has actually regulated the HbbTV in there as a regulation, one of the mandatory requirements, and it has really improved the overall product stability as well as for the applications interoperability. And you do a lot of work related to the Plugfest as well, which are specific to Spain, right? Would you like to highlight some of those areas?
You mean that the interoperability workshop? Yeah, that's. I think that all these aspects of this kind of managing the certifications are the regulation is more for the market, that the manufacturers are just doing that. The whitelisting, it's needing a zoo where we test everything, and the certification, we are also joining it with interoperability workshops that we run once per year, and these are really important because it's where manufacturers come with the latest version, or perhaps that not ready to not to the market yet devices, and the developers come with their applications, the ones that are on air and also the ones that they are working on. And there are many things that are solved in 1 day or in 2 days that in email exchange could last weeks to solve. And in 1 day, many things are solved. And the reality is that there's many companies that the developing team of the manufacturers are sometimes in Asia. And then they work by night, and having 2 days, it's also important, because sometimes we have a second version of something at the day after. That's also impressive.
Thank you, Xavier. Going from Spain to Italy, so Daniel, Italy is actually one of the first country to adopt DVBI. They are working on the proof of concepts and so on. And especially from the HbbTV perspective, you are aligning the national specifications according to the market evolutions and so on. So what happens at the end of the certification of a device? Is there any kind of response the market provides, or what does TVU do in terms of marketing promotions of the certified devices?
Yeah, we do certification, but we invest a lot in communication and in promoting our unique HbbTV quality label that is called LaTV. This marketing involvement was also underlined by Bob in his first slide, and we follow exactly that approach. And so we're promoting our quality label LaTV Bollino across marketing campaign on the store, together with joint marketing with manufacturers. And our marketing guys decided that the label was not enough, so they invented a new character that is Hugo the Chameleon, that is associated with LaTV Bollino. And through this communication of this quality label, we would like to help customers to find the right product in the market. So when they find the LaTV device, they know that that device is future-proof since it's certified for digital terrestrial, satellite tuner, and HbbTV interoperability.
That's a great way of actually encouraging even the manufacturers to come and especially it helps them in terms of promotion actually. To complement that, Pedro, Kineton is the certified test lab for TiVo certifications and so on. And you have developed the recent new test harness. What are the capabilities of this test harness and what's the need of this particular harness? So if you can a little bit shed some light on this one.
Yeah, we run the certification on behalf of TiVo since 2019. So basically, we deal with all the TV and set-top box manufacturers and with also the issues they have to face in order to complete the certification regime. As Bob was saying in the presentation, there's sometimes there's the need to issue some waivers for small issues that can be solved in following software updates and so on. The idea of producing our test harness is on one side, Kineton would be the first customer of it because we use it daily in the lab, and was to provide an alternative, and also is the first step for us. We are just launching the product now, but in the roadmap there is not only the addition of new test suites, but the idea is to have a unique tool that guides on one side manufacturers in developing their products, and with the support of different countries, different requirements, different certification regimes, and also other specs, not only based on HbbTV, can be used by other interested parties like chipset vendors, middleware providers, or other labs. So, and it's not only that, but it's also adding automation. As it was said, we have a very strong team in automation. We use it we have other products based on automated testing, and we do believe that the next step, in order to reduce the time spent on testing, is to add more and more automation. Even if it's already a reality with set-top boxes and with mobile devices, where you can basically test a lot of things in an automated way. It's more difficult with the TV sets because the HDMI is only an output, but we're working on that, and that's the next challenge for us.
It's a great initiative to have a lot of availability of different tools actually to do the interoperability as well as the conformance. Well, Kineton is both the app developer as well as the app validator. How do you think it will be possible to grant compatibility as well as the interoperability to the specification at the same time while being a developer as well as the validator?
Yeah. This, let's say, the fact that we both on one side develop applications and on the other side we test them. We test applications, not only the applications developed inside Kineton, we also offer testing services for other broadcasters, for other applications, and it gives us, let's say, a 360 degrees view on the market, and sometimes we also have different views inside Kineton because, of course, the developers have a view, the testers have another view. But yeah, I believe there's still some work to be made because it was underlined also by others. But it's very good to have the tools, test suites, and so on, but the only way to grant interoperability is to test, as Bob was saying in the last slide. And still, you can test, you can have very good devices on the market, but after 5 years' time, you will have applications with more features demanding better performance, and users will still have their 5-year-old TV in their household. So that's the real challenge. So what we have seen being developers and not only testers is that sometimes you need to find trade-offs in order to try to go on the major number of devices possible, because yes, of course, you can use whitelist or blacklist, but that means that you are cutting out a certain number of users. So I think that's a big challenge.
Thank you so much. So we have seen UK, Spain, Italy, they're all working on the HbbTV device conformance as well as HbbTV app interoperability. So walking on the same sort of path, Sophia Digital has been working on the national conformance regime in collaboration with operators as well as broadcasters for the Finland market. Can you please elaborate on the areas, what is this activity is all about and why this has been created?
Yes, so I think my story now is very familiar to other speakers here. So, but in this case, Finland is a little bit funny country that we started the certification scheme for DVB broadcast products in 2007 and also HbbTV for the completely horizontal free DTT market in 2012. But there was really no established regime for testing. There was an attempt to kind of expand the DVB broadcast regime to cover HbbTV, but this HbbTV side is so completely different that it kind of failed, and we were doing only ad hoc testing. We were slowly building up our zoo, 154 devices now, so I think a little bit too big almost, and then after that, with the experience from the Dash DRM reference application that we were developing and also testing, we kind of gradually realized that we actually will have a conformance regime if we just write it up, create a portal, and as exactly Bob said in his presentation, that engage the manufacturers, and I think that is important. But a new thing here is also to engage the app developers and the broadcasters, that we will kind of mandate or strongly encourage them to write proper test tasks also for the applications, and these test tasks will then be collected to the test portal and then can be accessed there and also commented and discussed upon. So this is now just starting, and the Digita, the network operator, will be running it, and we will be running the tests on behalf of manufacturers, or the manufacturers can of course do self-testing. So the system should be so clear and easy to follow that self-testing is efficient and reliable as well. And for the other requirements, the main base is of course the HbbTV test suite and so on. And the main goal of this conformance regime is really to ensure application interoperability and be sure that these work. And I could mention one more strange thing about Finland is that there is also very strong smart TV OTT applications that are unique to Finland, the public broadcaster OTT service and a couple of commercial ones that are really popular in Finland, but they are nowhere to be seen anywhere else. And these have smart TV roots, and then they are kind of converted to HbbTV, and we were a little bit late in the game. So this has generated a lot of, let's say, interoperability problems in all the devices starting from 2018 and 2017. But the broadcasters and the network operator really want these applications also to work. So this has now caused a little bit of backlog in getting everything running.
Thank you. It is quite insightful actually, and it's great to see that Finland has started working on the interoperability, especially looking after the HbbTV applications, and you're also giving the control to the manufacturer to do this testing as well. So it's a great initiative actually. So we have heard from the broadcasters side, we have heard from the platform operators side, as well as the various test labs. So from the manufacturer perspective, Stuart, what is your view, how it is helping the industry, especially from the manufacturers? Is it like working for you overall from the manufacturers? There are more tools as well as more areas which are now open in terms of from the quality perspective, or how do you see the industry as of now?
Hi. Last year I gave a presentation about some of the issues we faced. I didn't want to repeat that presentation this year because not much has changed. I wouldn't say not much has changed because nothing has happened. Not much has changed because the message has been heard and HP has worked on it that is culminated in some of the 5 projects that Vincent outlined earlier. So we are making progress as an association to improve interoperability and testing. There's a huge amount been said already in the last day and a half on this. And again, it's very difficult at this stage of the conference to add something new. Echo, for example, what Bob says earlier on. And all these initiatives that are going on, they certainly help. The test suite achieves a baseline, as Bob said. The various conformance regimes take it to another level, which is great. But there is a limit to how many we can support. We can't just go from, we've seen a huge explosion here in the Czech Republic, on what they've achieved in the last few years. It really, and they've done that, and they don't have a conformance regime. So, it's proved that what we've been able to achieve in one country is translated over from another country without having to add the onus of having to go through yet another conformance regime. And that's why some of these projects that Vincent outlined earlier of trying to harmonise these initiatives over Europe, the common zoo, common standards, sharing information, getting information back as a common, and this move, as you has put, moving more towards feature testing rather than atomic testing, they all make life a lot easier for the manufacturers.
That's great to actually see that things are also working for the manufacturers as well as from the broadcaster's perspective. So on that note, all the countries are actually working on the conformance regimes. Eurofins has been associated with HbbTV since beginning. How do you see market evolving, and what can be done more to support the countries adopting HbbTV?
So I think one of the things that stands out for me is in this room, everybody here is working on their own projects, but really the opportunity for HbbTV is to provide something really compelling to consumers that other services can't provide. OTT can't provide the broadcast experience that everybody's familiar with, and it's really important to identify how to provide something meaningful to consumers that they want, that they will get excited about, and convey that in a meaningful way through a marketing message. The rest of it will follow from that, and if there are local differences, they can be accommodated. As Stuart said, you don't always have to have a separate certification regime if you're going to stay within the bounds of what is already well covered within the test suite, in the core of the test suite. But if you do want to exercise new features that are at the cusp or at the bleeding edge, then you need to think carefully about how you're going to roll that out, the timeline you're going to use that, and work with the manufacturers to make sure that they are in a state of readiness and they have the tools that they need to be able to support that. And that's really critical with some of the things we've been talking about with targeted advertising and DVBI, which really are still at the cutting edge of where HbbTV technology is today. And it isn't sufficient to just say, we're going to use X, therefore you shall follow. That won't work. It doesn't work, it hasn't worked, and it never will work. You need to think through how that's going to be deployed. You need to put an example together. And if I can make a plea from the IITF, the task force that I chair, we often get comments like, oh, DRM doesn't work. Well, we know it does because we've deployed it successfully for years in a number of markets on a number of different devices. So what doesn't work specifically? And you need to articulate the very detailed way that you are trying to use it, probably with an example would really help. Bring that example to the organization and let us see what you're doing. Maybe we can advise you a different way of doing the same thing that would actually work better, that is in the reference app that Sophia have produced, that is an example of how to do things that does work across different devices. Or maybe there is a gap that we need to bring into the conformance regimes that we operate to make sure that in future devices will support that. And recognize that devices today that are being built now will go into the market next year. The devices that are already in the market very rarely will get updated. It's not in a manufacturer's interest to do that. And we have to be realistic about that. This is a competitive, tight market. We saw from the market analysis yesterday just sort of how margins are squeezed on everything, and there really isn't the room to be backdating changes to what you've got in your market today. So you need to think about how you're going to accommodate that, as I think somebody else said, about different approaches in your application to those devices, legacy devices, if you want to call it that, but the population of devices in your market.
Actually, you have touched on a very good point where products evolve, applications evolve. And especially from the Freeview Play perspective, we have seen now Freeview Play from the past 8 years. So there are some legacy devices which are still maybe on the software which is 3 years old, and there are maybe some applications which worked on those devices, but now the applications needs to evolve as well because the technology is changing, so underlying frameworks are changing. So how do you manage that, Alex, from your perspective?
Yeah, that's right. So applications go through a regenerative cycle as well. So perhaps after 3 or 4 years, the framework that you built your application on is no longer fit for purpose. And so you're in a situation where like an application on the platform has to be completely rewritten from scratch, and it therefore looks like a new application and it can easily be targeted at the new or perhaps the last 2 or 3 years of devices. So that presents a particular problem where, from a consumer's point of view, they had an application that was working very nicely, and maybe it now sort of there's a performance degradation with the new version, or some features can't be supported, any longer backwards in terms of backwards compatibility. So that is something we've struggled to work through from a testing perspective. I think we've managed to go through 3 of our applications being completely rebuilt and regenerated now. So we have some learnings from that we can share with the application providers that are looking to do this. And I think that, picking up on what Bob and Stuart have said, harmonization of standards and conformance regimes is really kind of like critical to being able to resolve the problem of sort of an increasing number of devices, an increasing number of applications, and an increasing number of regimes around the world. So yeah, I think that harmonization point chimes for us as well.
Stuart, would you like to add something on the harmonization which can help manufacturers?
Yeah, I just want to add something, not necessarily from a manufacturer's perspective, but more from a consumer's perspective. I mean, obviously, organization brands, networks, broadcasters love to refresh their products and reinvent them because that's what they do. But just remember the consumer at the end of the day. Earlier this year, I bought my mother a new smart television, and she used about 5 different applications on them. She uses subtitles a lot. So I had to show her how to set the subtitles up in each application. It was in a completely different place in every application. And it was completely a consumer nightmare journey for her. Applications providers are not really competing with each other on where they set the subtitles up. Let's try and think about, okay, let's do things the common way. It'll help the consumer, and there's a lot of commonality about how applications navigate, how applications work. Of course, you can rebrand them, you can do all your pizzazz on the actual images so that they know it's your platform, they know that it's the broadcaster. But some of the fundamentals can be very, very common. And then where you set up and switch on subtitles is a prime example of that's the sort of thing that you can do. You are starting to see a lot of harmonization in the way that a lot of these current applications navigate with their scrolling banners down the stream. Okay, you can't standardize that, but it can be a de facto standard. And if broadcasters, operators, application providers kind of harmonize on that sort of thing, it'll make life a lot easier for consumers.
That's basically opens the new sort of maybe work for HbbTV to work on some sort of guidelines for the HbbTV app developers, especially from the usability and the accessibility perspective. How would you like to add something to this?
Yes, Stuart raised a very good point about the usability and user experience testing, which is kind of completely different and could be globally harmonized as well, that where always the subtitles are there. I think that is an accessibility issue as well, that could be even written to some specification that the subtitle selection should be there always and easily to be found. But I have another point that I wanted to make before this ends, that HbbTV applications also, they are always part of a larger ecosystem. And there is a saying, at least in Finland, that let's blame the backend, because something funny is coming from the video backend or even from the manifest, that nobody has touched the application, but suddenly it doesn't work. So there is no conformance testing really for backends or video streamers, and we have to work on variety of these systems, that each of the broadcasters have their own stuff that they are used to work on, and then they are suddenly switching to another one. That will create a huge compatibility problem for the HbbTV apps and also for smart TV apps. So this is a big challenge for us, at least, that we don't really always know what is happening in the backend, and there is no tools for that, but we just have to live with that.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what has been said here, that of course the manufacturers are not upgrading the versions of the TV sets from a few years ago, because they are already in the market and they are sold and are doing what they are doing. When we started Loves TV project 2018, we decided to use version 1.5 because it was the one that was giving us a wider spectrum of devices compatible. There are some features that in the first version we could not have commonly on all of them. Subtitles TTML was one of them. There were some TVs crashing completely. We have to unplug it from the power supply in order to make them work. And we end using a workaround to provide subtitles to the solution. We are now in the moment that we need to evolve, because we need to add new features, we need to be compatible to the new TV sets, and we are talking all the time about apps, but these are not apps. These are web-browsed solutions, and we can, because the app, when you have an app in your mobile phone, say, okay, if your mobile phone is very old, it says you cannot upgrade this app. You keep in the old version. But if you are going to a browser, you need to control this. Now, we are working in freezing versions for specific user agents of TV sets that are not going to be able to run the latest. But this is creating an additional complexity in writing and developing apps. And that is making things harder in the application side. And, but it's in some moment in time, it's a need that has to be addressed. But otherwise, you have a TV set that works one day, and some years later, this TV set stops working because the application has evolved. And this has happened in many environments right now.
So is there a responsibility even of an app developer as well as the app provider to make sure that the app continue to work on the devices which are legacy devices, as well as when they launch some new application, they do some sort of generic, at least some sort of interoperability testing before they get launched on the broadcast. So what's your view on that? Who would like to answer, from our perspective, especially from the app side? So,
yeah, I can start and maybe the others can follow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on an ideal world, before launching an app, you should test it against all the platforms and models and devices that are in the market, and from the oldest one to the newest ones, just to make sure it works, or you can go for whitelisting and so on. But of course, that's not always possible. And even having big zoos, I mean, we have one, Cellnex has, DTG has, Eurofins has, so many. There are many companies having Zeus, but still you cannot go with all of them, at least not with all the applications that are in the market. I agree with Stuart when he was talking about the harmonization. That's something we have tried to do for our apps at least, which is just a starting point, but our development team along the years has created this framework. It was presented last year at the symposium, and it's continuously updated just to make sure that, for instance, scrolling and moving the focus and so on not only works well, but works also with an acceptable performance across all the devices. So this could be an approach, but yes, I agree on the need of ensuring also the usability across the devices. It's not only that that feature works, but it works properly and in an acceptable way. And for specs like HbbTV TA, it becomes more and more important that the performance is very, very good on all the devices.
I would like to add that in Italy we don't have an entity that regulates the green light for publishing of HbbTV applications, but in our certification regime we do interoperability testing for the two main Italian broadcaster for Rai Play and Mediaset Infinity. And again, here is a matter of cooperation between certification entity and broadcaster to keep constantly update on the test suites, on the test protocols and testing feature, and to trying to preventing any interoperability issue, and also involving manufacturers on checking this interoperability issue during the testing, and let's help them to fix these issues.
So there is a need actually for keep on monitoring the apps as well, isn't it, in terms of to make sure that they're continuously working on the devices as well as for the new devices. I have got two questions from the audience. I'll encourage if you want to ask some questions. We do have some time, so please let us know if you need to know some sort of information. Alex, would you like to add any?
Yeah, I was going to pick up on what you were just talking about there. So we also don't have a legal framework that says a broadcaster can't launch an HbbTV application. But a model we had when we were going through the MHEG to HbbTV switchover did work quite well. We gathered all of the multiplex providers and broadcasters together and provided stream-based test material that exercised exactly what they were going to put in the market, and that lasted for a couple of years, and it resulted in applications that were being launched on HbbTV even outside of the Freeview Play framework actually working reliably on all the television devices. And that kind of fell away when the funding for MHEG transition sort of fell off. But it is an approach that can be taken and has worked together. And again, collaboration really is the key.
Talking about collaboration, I have a question from the audience. They say, is the TV industry ready or prepared to go back to in-person Plugfest events after the past years of remote working?
Yeah, a couple of comments on that. Plugfests certainly do have a value, but they have a finite value. So, for example, we are now finding that UHD Plugfests have kind of reached the end of their useful life. UHD is now almost a commodity. We know how to do it. We get increasingly diminishing returns from attending a UHD Plugfest. And the same with all Plugfests. So, you've got to be very focused. You don't just keep them going ad infinitum. Also remember, certainly from my company's perspective, the people who go to the Plugfests are the developers. It's the same people. So the more time you take them into Plugfests, the more you're taking them away from development. So again, there is a limited amount of time we can actually support a large number of different Plugfests. So we have to be very selective. We do go to them. They are very useful, but they are useful for a certain finite amount of time. And then we have to take a very clear judgment on the value we will get from attending a subsequent Plugfest.
I think that's a very good point, and I think just to add to it, we with German TV platform, we organized the Ultra HD Plugfest, and recently we have integrated actually the HbbTV part as well as thinking of adding the DVBI part as well. So there is a need actually in the industry, and I take that point to work in collaboration with the other parties in terms of making sure that the Plugfests are still valid and they basically integrate different technologies so that it's beneficial for the manufacturers. How would you like to add any point to it?
Yeah, so organizing a Plugfest always takes a lot of time from the operator as well, so it is a huge job to do. And what we have tried to how to manage these kind of virtual Plugfests is to operate two streams and test URLs and also weekly calls with some of the manufacturers, that we always try to keep the people involved on the same level all the time. So I think the pandemic taught us to work more efficiently remotely, so it is not as necessary to organize a huge Plugfest with all the people at the same time, but kind of trying to collect this testing information on one place, and then they can do a virtual Plugfest, and we can reserve an engineer to help on a virtual line. So the virtual Plugfest is something that we have been exercising or experimenting with.
Yes, yeah. And I think as a HbbTV, as Vice Chair, I think in the beginning mentioned about some sort of more effort towards the Plugfest and the interoperability events, and I think there is something more going to come from the HbbTV perspective. So let's keep a watch on that. I have got another question which says, what is your comments about the self-certification of devices? Are we ready with the help of test tools, including automated tests?
I mean, so self-certification works fine. Self-certification has been in operation for HbbTV for years, many years now, and that isn't the cause of interoperability issues. The limits of what the test suite does need to be understood, though. The test suite is not a performance test suite, for example. There are not many real performance requirements in the HbbTV specification. TA is changing that a little bit, but that there are limits to what the self-test of a device against the test suite will tell you about its ability to support your app with your specific features in the way that you want to use them. Now, you can go further with automation tools to do self-testing by a manufacturer in their lab of your app, and that is a possibility. It is achievable. The limit of that is still, are you going to be comfortable in articulating how that self-testing should operate and what a pass looks like from your satisfaction, that a manufacturer and their QA team, wherever they may be in the world, can complete that testing, give you evidence that they've done what they need to, and you're happy with the usability, as we've talked about, and the performance that you see of that app on that device. At that point, I think sort of self-testing has its limits there, and that's where a final audit check within either your platform's regime or with an independent lab that can give you that confidence that says, yes, somebody has seen how that app behaves on that device and is happy with that behavior. But the self-testing process is still very, very valid and works in a lot of different regimes, not just in HbbTV.
Actually, it's a great point. So anyone else would like to add any comments on this question? I think we do not have any more questions, but however...
So I'll fill the last minute then. Yeah, self-certification is obviously beneficial for manufacturers. It means we can do things a lot more efficiently. And it is increasingly, as Bob said, the automation tools do allow you to if we're accessing a test provider's server, they can see that we've passed the test. They don't need any more confirmation other than that. So we can streamline the processes quite a lot. But as Bob said, we won't cover everything. Increasingly, we are seeing that a lot of issues in the rollout of a service, more and more issues over time are what I call cosmetic rather than essential. That's not to say that cosmetic issues aren't important. They are, obviously, to people. But they're not denial of service issues. And we've got to remember at the end of the day, and I don't think we've emphasised this enough at this whole conference, people have our devices to watch content. They don't have our devices to have the best navigation engine. They want to get to the content, and that's what they have these devices for. Let's never forget that.
That's a brilliant way of putting. I think we are very at the end of our roundtable, so thank you so much. I think HbbTV Association as a standard organization puts a lot of effort towards conformance and interoperability. And I would like to actually add to it, there are a lot of stakeholders here which gives a lot of importance on the HbbTV app interoperability as well. And there are various tools as well as resources which are available not only for the HbbTV app developers, but also for the TV manufacturers and the set-top box manufacturer developers and so on. So overall, what I gather from this particular roundtable is that conformance regimes are working. Interoperability is, everybody is actually thriving towards success, especially by organizing various type of individual plugfests as well as individual events in terms of interoperability and so on. So thank you so much for your time. And audience, if you have any questions, do keep on, asking. We can get back to you later on as well. So thank you so much for your support as well as guidance. Actually, it's amazing to have a brilliant panel. Actually, a huge round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much.
Well, thanks very much, Ranjit, and to your panelists as well. Fascinating session it was too. Now, before we send you to lunch, we've got a Slido question, which we are going to bring up for you. If we could see that, please. Here we go. Now, this is ahead of a panel which we're doing a little later on this afternoon. Is the metaverse overrated? The first question I might as well ask, do we know what the metaverse actually is? But is the metaverse overrated? Yes or no? Or don't know?
Oh.
Or is it don't know? I was hoping it was going to be 100% yes, actually. It's kind of like a race between the don't knows and the knows on this one, isn't it, as much as anything else? Oh, good response as well.
Oh.
They're going to settle down. No, still voting.
They are still fighting.
I know. It's got people going on this one, that's for sure. But I think we can officially say the metaverse is overrated, so possibly no need for my panel after lunch. But we'll do it nonetheless, because we've got some interesting speakers.
Okay, so now we have a lunch. As usual, it's served in the exhibition area. And please come back 20 minutes after 2, because we have some important session for you in the afternoon. So enjoy your lunch.
Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, Deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Wow.
What's about to happen is going to be an adventure.
I can feel the energy. I can feel it moving me. I'm ready for a new adventure. Think it's time for me to make my play. I'm gonna lead everybody else. I'm doing things just for
A mantenere quel cartello onore e tanta roba. Nel frattempo però posso dire una cosa che mi è venuta in mente quando lavoravo al tesoro. Quando te vendi la sponsorship, questa è una di quelle cose che uno deve.
Don't turn off your audience when you turn on advertising. HbbTV's simple yet powerful dynamic ad insertion solution keeps your audience captivated and monetizes your content from day one. Because your audience deserves ads that don't buffer, don't drop engagement, and don't interrupt the viewing experience. With ad blocker immunity and compatibility across any HLS or Dash compliant device, we help your ads reach a bigger audience. Our experts work with you to optimize your campaigns, ensuring the best price per ad through a unified auction process. All this means you boost revenue while sending the right ads to the right people in the right place and on the right device. Fast-track your DAI launch and go live in weeks, not months, increasing viewership and building loyalty right from the start. Our ad insertion solutions work on OTT, broadcast, FAST, HbbTV, and next-gen TV platforms to unify your monetization offering and future-proof your growth. At HbbTV, we use our end-to-end portfolio to create future-proof, greener innovation for our customers. It's what we get excited about. So turn on your advertising, captivate your audience, and catapult profits with HbbTV.
Digitization and changes in consumption behaviors are fundamentally changing the entire TV advertising industry. Advertisers are eager to apply the data-driven tactics of online advertising to their TV strategies. At the same time, Silicon Valley giants have made significant advances to gain control of the big screen. This is all placing pressure on broadcasters to adapt and reassert their role in the industry. That's where we come in. Introducing the fully addressable TV ad break, the real-time, targeted substitution of any or all ads within the linear TV ad break, tailored to a single device. With the fully addressable TV ad break, broadcasters gain unique selling points such as granular targeting capabilities, efficient control features, and personalized ad messaging, all while ensuring an uninterrupted viewing experience. Gain access to ad tech and TV monetization tools built for the future with SmartClip.
Timeless UI Universe is a cutting-edge user interface designed for the worldwide telco and media industries. It's an off-the-shelf product ready for commercial deployment. Large groups of international renown are already using it and have been distributing it to millions of homes for years. Thanks to its modularity, Timeless UI Universe meets the market needs of pay TV operators, the media, and sport. It's compatible with all the latest technologies. Timeless UI Universe offers skinning capabilities to easily adapt to brand identity. It's a cross-platform UI suitable for any device. The end user benefits from an intuitive, unified, and enhanced user experience. Timeless UI Universe is designed to be easily deployed and managed, easily integrated into any existing system, configurable from any CMS or backend. It's also a powerful data-driven solution that stores and manages data about end-user activity for purposes of monitoring and reporting. Timeless UI Universe comes with the expected popular features, as well as the latest innovations: multi-profile management, recommendation, voice control, deep links using a content-centric approach, displaying the content required, whatever its source. A regularly enriched catalog of features is available, enabling the interface to be personalized. The UI can evolve over time and stay ahead of the field by always embracing the latest trends. Timeless UI Universe has been designed for the convenient use of the video content provider, as well as for the pleasure of the end user. To find out more about Timeless Universe, contact us now.
With these new pictures came new stories for our digital century, where each screen offered a window to the world. Since its creation in 1996, NetGem has been a major independent player. NetGem offers solutions and services to enjoy your connected life. So when we look back on our trajectory over these amazing 25 years and then forward to the future, there is one thing we know for sure. With NetGem, you haven't seen nothing yet.
Wow.
What's about to happen is going to be an adventure.
I can feel the energy. I can feel it moving me.
my mic. Can you hear me? Okay.
Excellent. That's good.
Okay, try to say something.
Don't turn off your audience when you turn on advertising. HbbTV's simple yet powerful dynamic ad insertion solution keeps your audience captivated and monetizes your content from day one. Because your audience deserves ads that don't buffer, don't drop engagement, and don't interrupt the viewing experience. With ad blocker immunity and compatibility across any HLS or Dash compliant device, we help your ads reach a bigger audience. Our experts work with you to optimize your campaigns, ensuring the best price per ad through a unified auction process. All this means you boost revenue while sending the right ads to the right people in the right place and on the right device. Fast-track your DAI launch and go live in weeks, not months, increasing viewership and building loyalty right from the start. Our ad insertion solutions work on OTT, broadcast, FAST, HbbTV, and next-gen TV platforms to unify your monetization offering and future-proof your growth. At HbbTV, we use our end-to-end portfolio to create future-proof, greener innovation for our customers. It's what we get excited about. So turn on your advertising, captivate your audience, and catapult profits with HbbTV.
digitization, and changes in consumption behaviors are fundamentally changing the entire TV advertising industry. Advertisers are eager to apply the data-driven tactics of online advertising to their TV strategies. At the same time, Silicon Valley giants have made significant advances to gain control of the big screen. This is all placing pressure on broadcasters to adapt and reassert their role in the industry. That's where we come in. Introducing the fully addressable TV ad break, the real-time, targeted substitution of any or all ads within the linear TV ad break, tailored to a single device. With the fully addressable TV ad break, broadcasters gain unique selling points such as granular targeting capabilities, efficient control features, and personalized ad messaging, all while ensuring an uninterrupted viewing experience. Gain access to ad tech and TV monetization tools built for the future with SmartClip.
But we are not here alone with the HbbTV. We have also US market, which they have something common with us, with HbbTV. So I would like to introduce to our speaker or moderator of this panel. It's our best Angelo, chairman of the HbbTV Marketing and Education Working Group. Please, Angelo, come to the stage. And we will take a look to the USA. And yeah, please.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much. This is a kind of usual thing that we have at, since a couple of years now at the HbbTV Symposium and Awards, is a kind of view of what is happening in the US, because there is some connection between the US and the Europe in terms of interactivity, even though they decided to not go with HbbTV. Anyway, there are companies and members that are involved in this market, and we are going to have a view from a few of them on the on the US market in terms of interactivity and the challenges and the chance that they have there. So we have three panelists today. We are going to start with Yotta Media Labs. Raj Patel, please come in. Raj is the CEO of Yotta Media, and is going to talk about ATSC 3.0 TV application SDK, runfreetv.org.
That's it.
And the floor is yours.
Take it away. Right.
You have to, yeah, the presentation, please put the presentation of Raj online. You have the clicker here?
Oh, yes, perfect, thank you. Great, just waiting for, there we go. Right, so, so today I'm going to talk a little bit about the ATSC3, what run3tv.org is all about. It's a framework, so we're going to discuss that a little bit, give you a little bit of technical dive into what that looks like, and then hopefully do a bit of a Q&A session towards the end. So a little bit about who we are. That's me and Gary over there. We formed Yotta Media Labs. We have about over 25 years worth of experiences between us, and if you look at some of you see the old analog teletext, interactive, MHEG, you name it, we've been there doing TV interactive. That's why there are synergies between what the US does, what HbbTV does, what we've done in the past. So that's the kind of experiences that we bring to the market. A little bit of video here about who we are. There we go. So what we look for is trying to reimagine how TV landscape actually works. So I know that it's towards the end of the sessions. We've got the last two right now. A little bit what we do is we do data analytics, so we are doing that. We have done that for TVSat, for HD+, and particularly now we're doing a lot on ATSC3. We have ATSC3 applications that we're running over in our booth, and then also households over in the US. There are low-powered station companies as well, but generally when you talk about on the US, it's these kind of key companies there that's driving ATSC3 in the US market. So what these guys have helped us to do is create a Run3 TV platform. So what they've said, and what particularly the CEs have said over in the US, is how can we learn the lessons from Europe and try perhaps not to repeat mistakes perhaps that they should have done in hindsight, but at the same time take all of the best practices that we have done here in Europe with HbbTV. So it is to differentiate different broadcast applications. The Run3 runs in between the different CE manufacturers and the applications that run on top. So one of the key things is what we particularly focus on is certifying that the framework runs across each CE. The videos are working, the ad insertions are working, all of the features that every broadcaster actually still needs to have on every application, pretty much. And that means that above the line, broadcasters are free to create applications based on their content. So we have got an open community. You'll see a couple others coming up on the panel with FinCons. We've got Sinclair who's going to come through, I think, and Kineton. So they're all partners within the Run3 framework, and they help to build the applications on top. So here's a couple of examples of kind of a starter version of an application. In order to actually see what the SDK and what Run3 does, we had to build some sample applications on top. These are skins that the broadcasters have taken. They've branded, they're stylized, they're pulling up their RSS digital feed. So as you can imagine, ATSC starting only a few devices at a time, it starts to grow from 1,000 to 10,000, 20,000. So they didn't want to invest a lot of time in developing brand new applications within their resource pool. So we wanted to reuse a lot of assets and a lot of content that they already have. And predominantly in all local stations, they have a digital site, they have RSS feeds, and they have clips and content around on their news and weather. So that's what we were leveraging first of all, just to put that out, transmit that as an application, and then see what users do when they have their new 3.0 TV. A new version of that is kind of going from a sidebar to a more L-bar type look and feel. So that's going to come out later on in the new year. And again, this is just a starter kit. It's to show and to demonstrate a UX experience. It's not to say that is the experience. You could do a Peacock application. You could do a Disney Plus application on top. Any of those UX and designs can be shaped and formed by each broadcaster. So, there's another example there about voting on the side alongside a news clip that comes through. So again, polling, news clips. We've seen a lot of that over yesterday and today, how HbbTV is showing applications. So it's not dissimilar. So let's get into a little bit the technology part of it and where it is. So hopefully you can see that. That's a stack diagram there to show where actually A344 is. That is the spec of the API. It runs at the user agent level, the browser, and that's the particular WebSocket interface. And what the Run3 does is it brings all of the other modules that you're going to need. So we brought a player, we've got Dash.js, HLS.js, we've got application managers, identity management, ad tech insertions. So all of that under the hood, that's the things that we build and we bring along as part of the framework. Above the line, so the other bits about the user onboarding, call to action triggers, the home menu app that we've seen, that's what we've built to demonstrate the application running in the Run3. We even took a Pac-Man application. If you go to HTML5 games, you'll find a Pac-Man game rendered in normal browsers. We took this application and we ported that over on the framework. We changed the navigation so we can do an up, down, left, right model rather than a mouse click version. And then it works on the TV. You know, it worked on Samsung, Sony, LG, Hisense. They all work. So we were able to demonstrate that you can port an existing HTML5 application on top of the framework and not worry about what's this A344 spec, what's the OIP specs. That's the kind of thing that we wanted to simplify the development stack. And it doesn't preclude, you know, as I demonstrated there, a VOD application using React.js or, you know, an alert application having an XML parser. That the whole point of this was to have broadcasters create their own apps, their own user experiences, but try and get some of the heavy lifting done as a centralized model. So if you now bring about HbbTV in, we've been thinking about whether actually if we brought HbbTV APIs into the stack here, would it still continue to work? Could we bring the VBO objects? Could we bring some of the program objects down and then still run the applications on top? Because essentially, the Samsung TV here is the same Samsung TV in the US. It's just got a different tuner and a different modulator there. So perhaps that might work through. So we're experimenting with some of those use cases and see where that goes. So that's where it is. So even more technical than that. So here's a little bit of an example of a WebSocket API. So traditionally, in HbbTV land, we get the current channel, we get some of the network identifier, we get the transport stream, we get the service ID, and we make our DVB triplet. And essentially, that's the same thing that occurs in the ATSC side is a WebSocket. We make a query to get the service that I'm on, and then we get responded a URL. So they're using the IDA reference. If you go to IDA.org or the DOI, that's a unique reference to every service in the US. And that's the unique identifier for that service. So we're doing exactly the same thing. There's just a different API under the hood. So that's what's interesting about ATSC 3. Yeah, thank you there.
Good. This is my mic. Then we are going to, there is someone that is asking to lower a little bit the lights here on the chairs in order to have a better vision of the slides. If you are able to do that, it would be appreciated. Good. Now we have online Mike. Hi, Mike. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. Thank you. Welcome and good morning for you.
Good morning.
Okay, so we have now Oliver Botti from ThinkOns together with Mike online from the US. Mike, from Sinclair. Mike Kraleg is CTO of Sinclair, and we have Oliver, that is our colleague since a long time at the HbbTV, and is Executive Sales Director Global Media at ThinkOns, more than 25 years in this industry. They are going to tell you about the experiences on ATSC free broadcast app implementations. Oliver, Mike, it's up to you.
Thank you very much, Angelo. And well, thanks. I'm very happy that we are here for the first edition, the third edition of this sort of US panel. I still remember when we created this idea in 2019 for Athens. I was speaking with Angelo and with Vincent and say, why don't we invite our friends from the US to speak about their experience on next-gen TV. This is how the US market calls the hybrid TV that we are all working with. And starting from there, we did in Athens, we did last year in Paris, and this is the third edition, so I'm glad about this idea to be, was successful. So here today, I'm not alone. As you say, we have a special guest, which is Mike from Sinclair. And not only Mike is a friend, but Sinclair was and still is a pioneer, definitely a pioneer in the US market for several topics, but in particular for the next-gen TV adoption. I said, okay, we have two running horses. One is HbbTV in Europe, and ATSC 3 started a little bit later, but was really inspired by HbbTV, even if they're adopting technically a different technology, a different, more IP-oriented standard. But from the business point of view, and you know, guys, I'm more focused on the business point of view rather than the technical because of my role. And my brain also, I'm not able to do the technical anymore, unfortunately. But also, we have been part of this move from the HbbTV and European experience into the US since the beginning. And now we are going today, together with Mike, to present an update of what's happening in the US based on our and Sinclair experiences. And Raji already gave us some other interesting examples from the same market. I'm not going to introduce again Fincos because you know us already from yesterday, so I can skip this slide again some, hopefully. I'm not doing on purpose. Why it doesn't work? I didn't want to present it again. Can you help me? It's not working. Oh, wow, all together now. Maybe if I go to the end, I can start again. So you had a preview of what we are going to see. Hope this stops sometimes. This is creating some issues. Let's wait a bit. It's not going forward. Yeah, it's not going forward, and then if I click, it goes too many times, too many slides.
Would you be able to go forward from,
yes.
from the back?
Maybe the picture was creating some issues yesterday. Okay, thank you very much. So you see here is just, rather than introducing the company, I will briefly introduce what we have done with US friends in this market. We started initially in 2018 with the NAB, implementing the first TSC3 app. It was a demonstrative one, and we worked at that time also together with Pearl TV to try to onboard the first pioneers in this market, on this initiative. Then finally we went live with Televisa in 2021 with one of the first live broadcast app in the US. And then we had a lot of pilots also. You see with scripts, I think what is interesting from this heterogeneity, from these examples, is the heterogeneity of the application. So I think that rather than we are already in a mature stage where we are thinking about the monetization, focusing on dynamic advertising replacement and so on in Europe, here we are in the stage in which still we have to convince and to bring useful services to the citizens first, and then think about monetization. So being this the status, you see that most of the brands here are experimenting different things, different applications, because they want really to provide different new services. Scripps was about fake news recognition and how to help the citizens to understand when a news is a fake news and to dismiss it and to protect from them. Warner Media was playing with the binge watching from linear broadcasted content to VOD and backwards, like if it was a real binge watching, but between the two different channels. Type of channels. Howard University, we're using the data casting functionality, which is not part of HbbTV, but ATSC can transfer data casting to enable remote schooling where the internet connection is not available. Very useful during the COVID. It was designed in 2020. CBS is experimenting some ways of e-commerce and product promotion, starting from a format like the Saturday morning segment. The next one we will see better is gamification, and we'll spend more words about this because this gamification is now moving towards betting, so it's getting even more interesting. And Sinclair started with a complete application which provides the core of the ATSC3 features. A little focus on Televisa because maybe it's an interesting case. Here, they decided to focus on their strengths, news, and in particular local news. So they're leveraging ATSC3 to propose, to stress their core, which is even hyper-local news, with the goal to build loyalty and retention among viewers. We built this on top of the Run3 framework together with Raji, and that was a very interesting experience, I think. This is another one I picked up because we did it in 2020, having in mind sport gamification. So during a live hockey match, the standard allows to display this reverse L shape to provide questions. The user can answer with the remote. and say, okay, how many total goals will be scored in the third, and you can get points according to your answer. And then there is a leaderboard. So in addition to the stats of the game, of the hockey game, there is the leaderboard about this contest game. And this application is now also, we are working with this in partnership with Verance, which is here, I think, Jason, today. And we are moving this towards a betting and external information display application. So it's enriched with a big screen app which is in sync with the live events, with the sports stats, and with betting service provider. The L-bar frame in this new use cases provides users data, but also enriched graphics, sports stats, betting info, and match results. And then the watermarkings is a key technology which is used to identify the match phases, so pre, mid, post game, which are mandatory to be able to synchronize the bets. And then also the mobile app is integrated with the TV app, because most of this interactivity that I was very quickly describing requires an easier user interface, which is available on the mobile. Then we helped, I say that pioneering, that Sinclair is really a pioneer, but we helped them in redesigning their second wave. They are already in the second wave of ATSC broadcast app, but who best than Mike can introduce and also not only say what they already did, but what they are going to do in the future according to their ATSC 3 strategy. Please, Mike, the mic.
Hello.
Mike, the mic is yours. Sorry for the...
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. As Oliver said, I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Sinclair. Oliver, can you get to the first slide for me?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. So Sinclair Broadcast Group, a little bit about us. We're the second largest television operator in the United States. As Oliver said, we're trying to push forward on a lot of different fronts with ATSC 3.0. It is, I know that this is a lot about HbbTV and about the broadcast application for ATSC 3.0, but we're also thinking about this in terms of being an IP network operator, because the ATSC 3.0 standard is IP based. So we have all the national channels, Fox, CBS, ABC, NBC, non-news channels, sports. We also run regional sports networks throughout the United States. So for those that aren't familiar, it's the Major League Baseball, National Hockey League, National Basketball Association. We produce and distribute games throughout the country. Next. So here's how ATSC, a little bit different tack than their previous presenters, but here's how ATSC 3.0 is progressing within the U.S. We are part of Pearl. Pearl and another entity called BitPath have combined to do a lot of market rollouts for Sinclair and a lot of the other broadcasters throughout the U.S. of ATSC 3.0. That was an interesting slide. But right now, we're around 55% of the U.S. Households are covered by an ATSC 3.0 signal. By the end of this year, we'll have 41 of our own markets transitioned to ATSC 3.0. And we're doing this not just because of the interactivity layer that ATSC 3.0 provides, similar to HbbTV, but also because of the ability to be much more efficient with our spectrum and how we distribute content throughout the US. Next. This is a little video. Hopefully it plays for you. If it doesn't, we'll skip through it. Can we try to play it? Thanks. Next slide. This is just a little bit about, how we're trying to market and introduce ATSC 3.0 throughout the U.S. Really focused on some of the initial benefits to ATSC 3.0 for the consumer in the U.S. Specifically, better audio and video quality, improvements in digital interactivity, improvements in regionalization and localization of alerting, tying that into our existing alerting systems in the U.S. and really getting into some of the personalization with respect to ad delivery and ad content, and the interactive content. So new consumer expectations, if you can flip back a slide, I've got them up here too, so I'll talk about it. Basically, essentially everyone in the U.S. is connecting their ATSC 3.0 TVs to the sets, and one of the reasons we know that is because the broadcast application itself delivers us data back into our Google Analytics suite, so we can manage and understand who's watching what programming when. So a big thing for us are the data sources that are coming back from the broadcast application in the U.S. And this, I think, this slide here, I think, is really, something that's fairly well understood, at least from an HbbTV perspective. Like what else can we do with our broadcast application? How can we enhance the viewer experience? It's done with HTML5. We have Dash video streaming. Should we do second screen experiences? What else can we build in? To Raj's point earlier, building in gaming capability, building in things that are designed for a lean back experience, but still bring the user a little bit closer to the TV than they've been before. Next. So wireless IP data delivery, I touched on this at the very beginning. This is one of the besides providing a better consumer experience with broadcast interactivity through ATSC 3.0, we're also looking to use our spectrum for data distribution throughout the US, and that is because we are so much more efficient with our spectrum in ATSC 3.0. We can fit a lot more video into the same amount of spectrum in 3.0 than we can in ATSC 1.0. And that leaves availability and room for us to do things like enhanced GPS data distribution. So distributing a GPS correction signal over broadcast, delivering audio video specific for vehicular, for automotive, delivering other pieces of data for IoT devices. We're really looking to build our spectrum to be a data agnostic video distribution or distribution platform. If that's audio and video, that's fine also, but we think that there's a market for doing a lot more with our IP spectrum. Next. This is just a quick example of something that we've done in Seoul, with our partners in Korea. I'm not sure how many are familiar that South Korea was the first place to adopt ATSC 3.0, and we're working with them to demonstrate ATSC 3.0 reception in vehicles, tying together the 5G networks with the ATSC 3.0 networks, and thinking about how that experience might work. Next. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Back to Oliver.
Thank you, Mike. I'm absolutely fascinated by the automotive application, which is another entire world, not only for entertainment, but also for the operations of the electric cars and so on. Well, I have one more word about Sinclair, which is, oh, sorry, it was the previous one, but I don't know how to go back. Okay, it works. Next star. Sinclair, yesterday we won a prize for the open sourcing of HbbTV solutions. And Sinclair, I need to admit, I must admit, that we took the idea from Sinclair because they open sourced months ago their ATSC 3.0 software for the benefit of the other broadcasters. And we already did together a new customer, which is Nexstar, reusing their open source. I will be quick, just saying that, well, we have seen some new ideas, some similar ideas to what we're doing in Europe. I think that looking both at next-gen TV and hybrid TV in US and Europe, I would like to summarize this, that the audience, I'm not technical now, I'm just looking at the business side. The audience is ready for a new experience. And also the market and the brands are willing to experiment new business model. I was impressed yesterday by not only by Publitalia, but also by Digitivision, examples of advertising campaigns that are already running successfully. So money is flowing. And broadcasters and operators should carefully now define their strategic roadmap. The technology is there, of course, thanks to this the community like the community is here today, and thanks to the work that is going on, the technology will be even better in the future. We spoke about DVB-I yesterday, for example, but already today is the time to define, to introduce this new technology in a clear strategic roadmap, integrating hybrid TV services with a cross-channel proposition, which includes the television sets and all the other properties of a broadcaster, and combining the TV with online channels and the proper mix of new services. So lesson learned and ideas from the US. Focus to provide new services to the citizens and then monetize. And second, we have the idea from DVB-I yesterday, combine the online channels with the broadcasted ones, in accordance, of course, with the overall brand positioning, which is not one recipe for all. It's not one size fits all. It's a matter of tailoring the strategy with the brand positioning. And thanks a lot. And thank Mike for your contribution.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Good.
You.
So we have another company that is involved in next-gen TV. So is Kineton. And we have a representative of Kineton, is our friend Agnello Saulino from Kineton. He is the head of development of media application at Kineton, and he is going to deliver his own speech about enabling interactive services on next-gen TV. Nello, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Angelo. Thank you so much. Let's try to prepare the PC.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
That's great. Just a second, we have some problem here. For the presentation, okay, here we are. Thank you, everyone. I'm honored to be here on this stage also this year. Kineton develops HbbTV and media entertainment application in general since it has been founded in 2018. This application covers a wide range of devices like smart TV, set-top boxes, Android, Apple, and Huawei devices, and also standards like HbbTV and ATSC 3.0. This is made possible by a precise development process with the inclusion of frameworks and libraries, CMS, and also a technological stack we will see in a second. This is our technological stack, media entertainment TV ecosystem, which is based on a single programming language, which is JavaScript. At the heart of our technological stack, there's the focus management algorithm, which is very powerful and which enables almost automatic navigation within the applications so that the focus management is handled automatically. Upon this library, two frameworks were built. The first one is Antares, we presented last year. Antares is a collection of ready-to-use components which reduce the time to market for developing applications. And it is used for web environment devices. Almost the same as Serial, which is a framework which offers a ready-to-use set of ready-to-use components like lists, grids, and so on, but it is crafted for native devices. These two frameworks are powered by set of libraries which represents an abstraction layer between the programmer and the terminal, because they are auto-initializing and they are able to call a single function which is verticalized underneath for the platform, the target platform. And thanks to this technological stack, we are able to target all the devices we see here, and also to greatly reduce the time to market. Another approach we follow in Kineton is the micro front-end service approach. The micro front-end service approach is basically a creation of several components so that you can create it, host them remotely on a web service, so that a particular application called container is able to retrieve these components when they are needed. Like, for example, the privacy, which is a component which is GDPR compliant, the main module, which is the main application itself. We have a lot of services around this, which, for example, the player and the advertising system, and also the data collection with the analytics and the audience measurement services. Obviously, these components have a standard graphic. The standard graphic we created for these components. And to customize them, we need, obviously, a set of interventions that are time-consuming, if not automated. So that what we think is to connect these components to a CMS, which allows the personalization, the customization of the look and feel, the contents, the hierarchization of the contents, and also the streaming, the possibility to play back the most popular audio-video formats, thanks to the player service and the player federated application. We therefore asked ourselves, what if it were the customer to have more control on this process? What if it were the customer, the broadcaster, to put its own creativity first, to unleash his own creativity? What if it were the broadcaster to create the applications it wants, guided and supported by a great tool? We are proud to announce today the TV Studio, which is the new Kineton service. It's a set of three main components. It is a visual builder to compose your own application, guided to do this by a set of components which can be dragged and dropped on the work plan, so that you can use our tool to create your own application as you want. The TV Studio also is integrated with a CMS. It's not just UI UX and customization of UI UX, because you can also create your own architectural stack, like, for example, hierarchy the contents you have, and also associate the information to every content, and obviously try to play the contents you want. At least we have also advertising and data. We have included in the TV Studio ready-to-use advertising and data collection and audience measurement services, which are embedded and included directly in TV Studio. This is a prototype of our tool. It is composed by three main parts. Left side is the list of components. For example, scrollable lists or thumbnails or video player and so on. On the right side, you are able to customize the components with the style, with the fonts, with the background images, and so on. And also, you can specify the behavior of that components. And the central part is the work plan. Through a simple drag and drop system, you are able to create your own application like the slide is showing. And you are able to position the components you choose, position and resides everywhere on the screen, the component you choose. The Visual Builder has obviously other functionalities, like for example the layering system. Through the layering system, you are able to add multiple layers. Let's imagine, for example, you want to open a model to display the information of a particular show. You can do this through the layer creation. We have also the workflow management, which allows you to specify actions to allow transition between page or to specify some behaviors for each component and the entire application. Obviously, everything is powered by the Kineton's tech stack, all the powerful frameworks we have, and also the libraries, so that everything is created and it has been validated, so it's secure and it's a great tool to support the broadcaster in creation of applications. Also, the CMS is another feature, like the content hierarchization. You are able to create rails, shows, episodes, and to divide your contents as you want. We have also the content customization, like, for example, the thumbnails, the title, the description, all the information that user can see about a particular video shows. And thanks to our player service, you are able to play what you want. The most common, obviously, the most common streaming formats like HLS, MPEG-, and MPEG-4. Another service we included directly in TV Studio is CARP. CARP stands for, is an acronym obviously, and it stands for Kineton Announcement Real-Time Platform. It's a very powerful tool which allows you to create your own announcement campaigns. By the term announcement, we mean both self-promotion, thanks to a broadcaster can promote shows, for example, and also the targeted advertising. But CARP is not just an advertising system, because we added some other creatives rather than the ones which was present in CARP, still present in CARP, because we have the broadcast-related creatives, which is a creative which allows you to create a video scaling of the broadcast so that you can create, for example, an L banner or a full-screen image and place the broadcast where you want. We have also the overlay. The overlay is an image, an asset, a graphical asset which is placed above the broadcast. We have the animated creative, which is a body moving After Effects export, so that if you want to create very complex animation and do not face complications regarding, for example, GIF files with poor quality, we have added also this creative which is able to take a JSON file, which is the result of the body moving in After Effects, and place this incredible animation where you want. And the last creative we added is the interactive creative. The interactive is both video scaling and also overlay, and gives you the opportunity to create complex applications, or in general applications which retrieves data from a remote server, and which is it is basically an application launcher which can show dynamic information and also enhance interactivity, because these applications are also consultable, so that the user can use the remote control to navigate inside the application, and these applications can be scheduled thanks to CARP. This is one of the best examples of the interactive creative. Let's imagine, for example, in this L banner we have the bottom part, which is an endless running game, so that if the user passes the game, it can unlock the QR code on the left side so that we can, for example, obtain a 20% off on the next ticket movie, for example. And this is an example of interactive creative works. TV Studio will be very soon available. Q4 2023 CAP is in production now. It has been integrated also inside the Round 3 TV framework. Please feel free to contact us if you want to have a demo of these incredible tools. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are finished our panel now, but there are a couple of questions that I think could be interesting for you guys. And free, another one. Good, interesting. So I would like to address a couple of them to Raj, and another one is to Mike. Maybe we can start with Raj. Raj, would you like to come here to answer the questions from our audience? So the first one is, Raj, can ATSC and HbbTV resolve the not invented year issue and provide an harmonized technology? If it is possible, what would need to happen?
I think that's a loaded question there as well. I mean, look, one of the key things I think the ATSC3 has done particularly is around using WebSockets as the main interface, and you saw an example where there are namespaces around abstracting APIs. So I can see that there is elements of harmonization there. Certainly some of the examples around getting the service IDs, I think trying to think about using more RPC APIs than perhaps JavaScript class and objects extensions that we've had for so many years at HbbTV. And we've seen that already now with HbbTV with the recent extensions there as well. So I think there is some harmonization concur, but I think we're already doing some stuff with DVBI and some of the RPCs and companion screen stuff. So I think we've got a bit more to go before we get there.
Thank you, Raj. Yeah. Stay here because... Stay there because there is another one for you.
What's the other one?
Yeah, this one on ATSC 3.0. Are the broadcasters providing sufficient consumer marketing to entice consumers away from incumbent providers?
Well, yeah, so I think there's two parts to this. Certainly, Pearl and the consortium are doing ads. They've got if you go to watchnextgentv.com, there's a whole site there. There's an advertising campaign always going out across the US. They are targeted against the transitions, as Mike Krelick was saying, that there is a transition plan and migrations on ATSC3. So during those areas, there are campaigns to educate consumers that what is the capabilities of 3.0. The website provides information on which devices are capable of 3.0, and then what are those transition plans are looking like. So they are actively marketing targets. I think there's a couple of markets this side of Christmas, and there's a few more next year that they're trying to get to the 75% coverage. So yeah, very active in consumer marketing for 3.0.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you very much. Then the last one is from Mike. Mike, are you online? Still online?
I'm still online. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Thank you, Mike. So to Mike, the question is for you. If you are a member of Pearl, which developed the Run 3, why aren't you using it with apps Sinclair is building and developing?
It's a good question. So I think early on, we were, early adopters of the framework. In fact, our first broadcast application was launched off the framework. But I think we had some ideas around, speed to market and velocity, some things that we wanted to test out. And we needed a little bit more flexibility at the time. I think, Raj and team have done a fantastic job in modularizing capabilities like ad distribution, ad capability, and others. And I think their upcoming redesign is something that we should look at. But at this point, we had some ideas to move forward with quickly, and went ahead with putting the application out there. We also just thought that seeding the industry from an open source broadcast perspective, open source broadcast application perspective, was just something that could help with more rapid adoption for those that aren't members of Pearl.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. So we would like to see you next year at the next symposium and listen from you what is happening new. Good. Thank you very much. I would like to thanks our speakers. Please a good and big applause to Raj, Nello, Oliver, and Mike. Thank you very much. Eva, it's up to you.
Here we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the last part of our symposium. It was incredible 2 days here. And now we will do a panel about the future of HbbTV. The topic is technology trends. And who would moderate this technology trends panel? Then my colleague Julian. Please, Julian Clover, come here to join me. And it is your part and your panel to moderate. So you will enjoy it.
Thank you very much, Eva. So for our last session, we're going to take a glimpse at a near future. It's one we've come familiar with over the last couple of days here. We're going to learn about the metaverse, the opportunities for HbbTV beyond broadcast, and some new research on connected TV. But our first speaker is André Prahl. He has a long career at RTL in Germany. He's now Chief Distribution Officer and also the CEO and member of the Board of Directors of the Deutsche TV platform, which, for those who are not familiar with it, consists of about 50 members, including all of the German TV market stakeholders and regulators, with the goal to support the introduction of digital technologies based on open standards. And it's on the subject of open standards that André is going to be delivering a keynote for us now. Always relevant. I kind of figure that now is one of those moments when they're more relevant than ever. But André, I'll let you do your presentation.
Thank you, Julian. So good afternoon again. So I have no presentation today, so no obstacles here to overcome. So I have some hats to change always. So normally I'm speaking for RTL. Yesterday I had the opportunity to introduce to you our new joint venture addressable TV initiative, and now I'm speaking, as you kindly introduced, in the name of the German TV platform, or as we call it, the Deutsche TV platform, which is based in Frankfurt, 50 members, as you said, and it's around 32 years old. It has always been dealing with open standards and the introduction of new technologies into the world of digital television. And of course we learned, and I think this is self-evident, that standardization and interoperability are of very high importance. I mean, to the entire industry, not only to the video industry. And in the video industry as such, it was the basis for the transmission and the presentation of content, and it became suitable for the mass market and formed the basic of the entire economic success and working competition in digital television. If we look back into history, we see, of course, that standards like PAL were standing for the outstanding success of color television in the analog world. And with these conventions, it was necessary to agree on basic things, and that's always, I think, the core of open standards and interoperability, to agree on something core. In former times, it was the number of lines or the frequency of the color carrier. Without different television signals could not made compatible with each other using different devices. If we went on in the history of transmission technology, the standard was then replaced by the DVB standards we all know very well for digital television. And in our industry, I think that DVB became the prime example for a successful standard that laid the foundation for a very good transformation of TV into the digital world of broadcasting. And the same, of course, and that's why we're here, applies for HbbTV, which provided open standards for the delivery of advanced interactive TV services through broadcast and both broadband networks. So we learned that the success of a standard always depends on the extent to which it manages to lay a foundation for business, and now comes the important thing, without interfering too much with the commercial interest of a market participant. And the standard, the well-known standard DVB, shows that we had an overriding interest. The overriding interest was to provide all market participants with the access to the entire technical reach at a lowest possible cost. And this advantage far outweighed any particular interests in creating some own ecosystems, and thus would have led to the fact that they had to bring their own hardware into the market, and this was avoided by using, of course, the same standard. But if these individual business interests are exceeded, there is usually an attempt for some parties to impose their own proprietary technical ecosystems. And if the market power of such a player is great enough, so-called industry standards, or de facto standards, as we call them, are created. And these are well known, for example, in the mobile world with the iOS and Android operating system. And what that means is that standards, and open standards in particular, must have a clearly recognizable overriding cost benefit in order to be successful. And if we come to the area of video encoding and signal distribution, however, standardization as we do it often encounters hurdles as soon as access to content is not to be granted to the entire technical reach, but only to those who pay for the access. And so to implement conditional access and encryption systems to the broadcast sector, to enable a competition between different providers, and to avoid having to replace the entire hardware when changing conditional access systems, led to creating common interface, CI, or later CI+, which were developed. For example, CI+ gave TV manufacturers direct access to encrypted TV channels without an intermediary set-top box, and content providers, they improved their protection against non-authorized access to their content. But such a standard, like the CI+, for example, is always a compromise and is not always tailored to the individual use case of a market participant, because the purpose of encryption is not only to restrict access to paid content, but also to protect business models. This protection of business models, for example, involves copy protection or protection against the circumvention of advertising, a topic that is clearly important for advertising finance broadcasters. And these issues are of only limited interest to a device manufacturer, of course, who would like to offer unlimited recording capabilities. Using the named CI+ an example for that, there would be the chance of creating compromises. And a typical compromise on the basis of CI+ then looks as follows. They created a fast-forward lock, a so-called trick mode control, since the version of CI+ 1.4, which could be configured in a way that the recorded content could not be fast-forwarded the first time it was reviewed or viewed, but it could be fast-forwarded the second time of usage. And this example, to my mind, shows the limits of standardization, because the requirements of the commercial compromise just mentioned were very difficult to implement on a technical basis, and this specific example of protecting advertisers has not been implemented in many devices. So the compromise did not realize. In other words, with open standards, business benefits for all parties involved and the effort required for technical implementation must be in a healthy relationship to each other. And so what has worked, at least in some cases, in the area of broadcasting, encounters, of course, additional challenges when it comes to the transmission of moving image content on the internet. The internet has the advantage over broadcasting that individual processes or technologies can be signaled and used from source to device within the context of an individual point-to-point connection without affecting other connections. Here, it is not primarily the transmission bandwidth that drives standardization, but the number of technologies to be installed on the source and the device, for example, for decoding and decrypting. Examples of this are the procedures used, for example, in the area of Ultra HD streaming for HDR, high dynamic range. While in broadcasting, one had to agree on a downward compatible compromise procedure such as HLG, on the internet, one can, in principle, use any technology such as HDR10, HDR10+, or Dolby Vision, depending on what the source and the device are capable of, and agree with each other via the respective one-to-one connection. But not all manufacturers integrate all technologies into their devices, but the provider of an Ultra HD HDR content on the internet is not forced to use a compromised technology, as is the case in broadcast. Nevertheless, standards have also become established on the internet, of course, and the best example for that is the W3C standard HTML5, which includes the option of video playback natively and no longer makes it necessary to install proprietary plugins. But even here, standardization is only partially successful because the segmented adaptive streaming methods used for functional live streaming within HTML5 can still be proprietary and compete with each other, such as Apple's HLS, MPEG-Dash, and Microsoft Smooth Streaming. They are not compatible with all browsers and players in each case, and in case of doubt, must be agreed with each other via the respective one-to-one connection between source and device. The same also applies to protecting content on the internet against unauthorized access and to signaling the intended use of the content. Standardization has also simplified a number of things, such as, for example, the standardization of the interface between the various DRM systems and web browsers by means of the so-called encrypted media extensions, EMEs. This has broken down the fixed connection between the DRM system and the plugin required in the browser for video playback. But of course, the proprietary core of the decryption technology remains in the browser. If we now bring broadcasting world and the internet world together, which of course is well possible by means of the HbbTV standard, we have seen that the support for DRM-protected content from an HbbTV application to secure decryption in a TV set is still very patchy. This is especially due to the fact that the HbbTV core specification so far does not contain explicit requirements for the usage of DRM, so that these requirements are individually agreed between market partners or defined by national specifications, which in both cases lead to market fragmentation, as we learned also in the symposium. In addition, US studios as licensors have high security requirements which have to be implemented to protect high-quality content. And on top of that, the technical requirements for using DRM systems for HbbTV applications are not met in all end devices. And as a consequence, content providers up to now cannot currently be sure whether and which DRM system they will find and if it will be able to be used in a TV device with HbbTV. And this limits the reach for content providers and can result in an unsatisfactory TV experience for some users. And so what to do? Well, the HbbTV organization, and we heard about that, has made enormous progress on improving the situation. and was a high priority in 22. And HbbTV has already initiated various measures to anchor and standardize support for all relevant DRM systems as a basic technology on HbbTV capable devices. Examples of that include the recently communicated expansion of the DRM reference application and in particular the planned creation of HbbTV DRM guidelines. The guidelines are intended to specify the requirements for the use of a defined DRM set, but, and this could also be a weakness, are considered as an independent spec only. At this point, the question arises to what extent a regulatory step can also help in the future to create the technical conditions for more competition for protected content, especially on the basis of an open standard like HbbTV. So in summary, I can say that standardization, especially in the area of transmission of protected content, are of increasing importance also for the work of our organization, both in broadcast and also on the internet and in combining both of them. And this is to provide alternatives to proprietary islands and market models. Provided that all necessary features of a DRM system are implemented and accessible in all devices, which is not yet the case everywhere, standards enable a broad-based competition of all market participants and providers of content. And I think this would be to provide with a glimpse into the future, and this would be an important and very important cornerstone for any success in the video business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andre. Come back. Quick question before you go, because I know you do have to leave us. But I was wondering, listening to your presentation there, do you think that the likes of Netflix, Disney+, Apple, and many more, we often think about them as disrupting the content space, but actually they've kind of disrupted the standards space to the same measure, and possibly, listening to your speech, they're even more.
Sorry, the last one.
Do you think that they've disrupted the technology space, and particularly the standards space, yes, even more so than the effect that they've had on content?
Even more, I don't think so. I think the disruption of media usage and new features and a new kind of content that was created by those market participants, I think this was their overwhelming success, and which is visible to us on a daily basis. But I think we as a broadcast industry or a TV industry or however you might call it, we are maybe not monitoring like the standardization of the internet too closely. So I think we have to also get into this sphere and see how the internet tools that are provided by W3C or 3GPP and so on, how they develop, because they lay the basis for the future of the video industry. Because the future of the video industry, one might think that it's somehow connected to the internet in the future, and that we are maybe moving a little bit into the internet and IP world with our entire business, and that's what we see on a daily basis, of course. So I think we should not only, let's say, look into our environment and into our universe, but also take an important role within the design of internet features. And HTML5, of course, was not designed by broadcasters. I mean, it was designed by internet companies, but it's something we have to use. And I think we have to become market participants that also design these features and not only be users of those features. So I think they had an important role also in technology, but of course the role in content usage was, of course, a bigger one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Andre, thank you very much for your contributions after, and obviously throughout the last couple of days. Thank you very much. Now, our second speaker is a researcher, Marianne Halford, from the global strategy and consultancy firm Altman Solon. She's going to be telling us some findings based on the European Connected TV Initiative research, which was released this year, and how it could impact the CTV future. I must say, whenever I see the abbreviation CTV, my mind is still saying colour, so I'm going to have to try and remember it's actually Connected TV as well. particularly in
Yes,
this
and
context.
like you, I remember a day when there wasn't color
Oh,
television. I know.
don't take me back
Okay.
that far. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Well, how's everybody doing? We're in the final stretch. I want to make sure everybody is feeling good. Do people get coffee and all that? Okay. I am thrilled to be here and was glad to be invited by my good friend Vincent. So why don't we take it away and go to slide 1? Or should I do I do it? Move the slides? I do. Sorry. Okay. In from 2020 through 2021, my colleague John Watts, a number of you in this room probably know John. He's well known in the UK, but has moved to the US and is now running something. He's running a thing called the Project X Institute. Well, he and I partnered and co-led a initiative which we called the European Connected TV Initiative. We did this with the sponsorship of the FinCons group, who are here at this summit, as well as IP on Web and Roku. Over the course of 18 months, we zoomed across Europe. We had planned to actually meet in person in many places, but due to the pandemic, we were relegated to Zoom screens and managing various time zones. But we wound up doing deep dives on 5 countries in Europe: France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and the UK, as well as looking at other parts of Europe. We also did deep dive seminars looking at topics like measurement and streaming and addressable television. In the country seminars, as well as in the deep dive seminars, we wound up having a wide-ranging conversation with a number of key participants in what is the emerging CTV ecosystem. And by the way, I am going to get to the definition of CTV in the next slide. And you can see a wide range of those various participants. Some of those participants are actually here in the room as well. But each conversation that we had was really drilling down on a specific question. What are the practical steps that the industry needs to take to unlock the full potential of CTV? So now, what is CTV? In each seminar, we wound up aligning on a definition of CTV, which was really looking at a television that can be connected to the internet. And there are different flavors of what a CTV device could be. It can be a smart television that's provided by folks like Samsung and LG and Vestel, as well as a remote device, such as a Roku device or an Amazon Fire device or a Google Chrome device. But it is also, in Europe, an HbbTV-enabled smart television set. And so HbbTV actually was an area we wound up spending time on while we did this particular study. Oh, goodness. This isn't showing up. Hold on. Okay, well, I can tell you what it says, and hopefully the charts will show up. But basically, as a point of comparison, when we wound up talking about the growth potential in Europe, we wound up also looking at what is actually happening in the United States. And what this chart is not showing you, but it was written, is that at the end of 2021, the penetration for household penetration for CTV devices in the United States had hit 82%. And advertising was way past $14 billion in revenues. Looking at the next 5 years, we're estimating that CTV advertising revenues in the United States will be close to $40 billion, which is a really significant sum of money when you think about the fact that annual television budgets in the United States range around $70 billion at this point in time. We also, as a point of comparison, we were looking at what was happening in Europe. At the end of 2021, European household penetration on CTV devices was still under 50%, although it is projected to grow to 72% by 2026. As it relates to advertising revenues, though, it is under $3 billion at this point in time and is only expected to grow to around $5 billion by 2026. Now, if other folks in the room have better details than the ones that we were able to get in this regard, I would certainly welcome them and would welcome feedback vis-a-vis Slido or emailing me after this presentation. Oh, there you go. There's the connected TV advertising revenues for Europe. CTV in Europe is experiencing headwinds unique to the European market. Strong and affordable pay TV presence results in limited CTV scale in many European markets. I think one of the reasons why CTV has grown so significantly in the United States versus Europe is the fact that we pay a lot of money for pay TV in the United States, far more than any European country would. And as a result of that, many people wound up doing what we call cut the cord, and we now have people that are just cord nevers. So as a result, CTV filled a void for a lot of people that were either abandoning cable TV or deciding never to subscribe to pay TV. Outside of the TV sales houses in each market, the supply of premium CTV inventory is very limited. And in fact, much of the CTV inventory that is being sold is actually through BVOD services that are owned and controlled by the major broadcasters in a number of the countries. There are significant data challenges, including GDPR, targeting value, and tensions with JIC panels. But however, I do think the Nielsen presentation yesterday was a really good one, explaining how folks can work in various markets at trying to fuse the data between internet-enabled content streaming as well as broadcast. I thought that was a really good presentation. Another thing is broadcasters' concerns about DSPs and the value of the programmatic supply chain. Basically, broadcasters do not want to give up the golden goose that they currently run and manage in these markets and are very cautious about what moving into CTV without them controlling a lot of what is happening will involve and will entail. Commercial relationships between CTV OEMs and broadcasters are complex. We've had discussions about that here. Certainly people in the US and in Europe are working hard to get through those, but resolving a number of those issues will be important for advancing CTV and its true power longer term. There's a growing fast presence here in Europe. We certainly, Roku is here, Pluto is here, Rakuten has been developing services. Local broadcasters are now venturing into building and developing their services. Large companies like All3 Media, which own a number of European production companies, are looking at building out fast services. And from my friends who attended MIPCOM this year, I do hear that fast was the big buzzword, but still it's in the early innings here, if you will, in Europe. And then there's also differences in structure, language, culture, and dynamics between European countries. And that also makes a difference in how CTV develops on a country-by-country basis. Speaking of countries, I just want to give you some of the headline points that came out of our various country seminars. In Germany, the leading broadcasters and, in France, excuse me, in France, CTV advertising is lagging behind the development of targeted advertising on IPTV platforms. That's largely because the IPTV providers in France make things difficult for you to do anything outside of how they like things to be done. But I know there are folks trying to penetrate other walls in France, and perhaps maybe we'll see HbbTV develop a little bit more in France, Vincent, which could help as well. In Germany, the leading broadcasters, RTL and ProSieben, have been advocating the development of CTV advertising, largely leveraging the HbbTV standard. And in addition, in Germany, there is growing consumption of AVOD services on CTVs, which is why Roku decided to launch in Germany as its second country here in Europe. In Italy, smart and CTV penetration is lagging behind other European markets, but at the same time, Mediaset has been a pioneer in developing CTV advertising, leveraging the HbbTV standard. And they've done that working in partnership with the FinCons group. And to see some of the great work that Mediaset is doing, they are outside in the hallways, and it is worth spending a little bit of time understanding what Mediaset is doing. In the Netherlands, the CTV ecosystem is definitely lagging, and that's due to the fact that you have very, very high pay TV penetration in the Netherlands, and there's just not a ton of interest at this point in time. In the United Kingdom, the CTV ecosystem has been buoyed by the participation of broadcasters like ITV and Channel 4, and CTV platforms like Roku and Samsung having entered the market. In markets where there has been growth in CTV, a lot of it has been powered by HbbTV, and that's because, as we've discussed over the last several days, HbbTV provides great benefits to broadcasters. With HbbTV, broadcasters have a direct relationship with the viewers. It enables broadcasters to secure unique data sets, which is great for selling connected television advertising. The viewer can enjoy much more robust entertainment experiences using that red button. And broadcasters are leveraging HbbTV to deliver linear addressable advertising. And when we talk about the markets where people are leveraging HbbTV to be very progressive on the advertising side, let's talk about our friends in Germany and our friends in Italy. So in Germany, ProSieben and RTL have actually banded together to create an advanced advertising joint venture called D-Force. And they're going to be looking in this joint venture to develop new avenues for selling addressable advertising, including CTV. And they've also are beginning to develop a buying platform, which they call Active Agent as well. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how D-Force develops and how this initiative progresses over the next few years, because I think it will be really helpful to expanding CTV in Germany, and also will set an example for other countries in Europe. In Italy, as I mentioned earlier, Mediaset is doing a great deal of work here and punching above their weight. Publitalia has helped media planners actively reach viewers by intelligently serving advertisements based on viewer habits. Leveraging the HbbTV standard, they provide dynamic ad insertion to be delivered over and in addition to streaming content. And they've been proving that they can get additional reach for advertisers by providing this capability. And there's a silver lining in Italy. As I understand it, there's going to be a broadcast transition standard transformation in Italy over the next year. The government is going to be subsidizing the ability of people to buy new television sets, because people with older TV sets will no longer be able to receive the current standard. This will actually really help develop HbbTV in Italy, and also I think will unlock a lot in the way of CTV ad dollars going forward. There are also a number of initiatives that are happening here in Europe that are helping advance CTV. Some of these initiatives include what Vincent is doing with Vincent and the rest of you are doing here with HbbTV. I mentioned D-Force already, but IAB Europe, a trade body, has been really aggressive. Project Origin is a new initiative that's been developed, that's working on developing it in Europe. And also, we had Andre yesterday talk about the ATV initiative, which I think is very exciting, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that unwinds. The broadcasters themselves are getting innovative in what they're doing. RTL, 7-One Entertainment, on part of ProSieben, Salto in France, Sky in the UK, and ITV in the UK, as well as Publitalia on behalf of Mediaset. And then we have the measurement and tech players who are getting involved. Nielsen, we heard them yesterday in terms of some of the things they're doing, ComScore, IP on Web, MediaMath, and Cara, which is an agency, are amongst the others. Speaking of the broadcasters, though, I did want to bring forward two other examples. One being what ITV is doing. ITV has actually created their own ad tech platform to provide the ability for them to deliver advanced advertising and CTV advertising, and they're using Planet V, which is their own in-house developed capability in that regard. And with the upcoming launch of ITVX, which is going to be their AVOD, SVOD streaming service in a few weeks, in early December, we should expect to see them becoming more active players in the CTV advertising market. And then, of course, there's Sky Glass. I wish I lived in the UK because I can't get it in the United States, and we don't have one that's this robust in America at this point in time. I tried it at IBC, and I thought it was fantastic. But obviously, with what Sky is doing right now, they're opening up pockets of more CTV advertising inventory that will help propel the industry forward. So to unlock the full potential of CTV advertising in Europe, we wound up coming to the conclusion that there are certain things that the industry needed to coalesce around. One was to agree on a set of common definitions and principles for measurement across all content and inventory on CTVs. Commit to the development of a more transparent and integrated CTV advertising supply chain. And by the way, this is not an issue germane to Europe. This is a big issue impacting the development of CTV advertising in the United States at this point, too. Proactively lean into collaborative arrangements and standards that can help to simplify the delivery of addressable campaigns across the fragmented device ecosystem. Ensure that programmatic platforms and supply chains are standardized, transparent, and interoperable. And lastly, forge constructive working arrangements with CTV CEM manufacturers to ensure a future that benefits content distributors, CTV manufacturers, advertisers, and most importantly, the viewer. Thank you for your time here, and I look forward to seeing how CTV develops in Europe over the next 5 years. Hopefully it's going to be a lot more than $5 billion in advertising revenues.
Thank you very much. A quick question from Slido for you. What's happening with Project OAR in the United States?
Yeah, Project OAR. It's still there. Yeah. Actually, Project OAR is important. For one thing that they have done is that they developed a tagging ecosystem for identifying commercials or for enabling the triggering of an addressable ad. It's still around, and it's still
around. It's not shouting about very much at the moment.
Not as much. They're not as vocal as they once were.
Okay. Well, look, thank you very much indeed, and for the presentation as well, of course.
Thank you.
Marianne Halford, thank you. Right, on to our next speaker in this particular section, and it's the turn of an HbbTV friend, a long-standing member and contributor of the association, Klaus Merkel. Now, Klaus is a senior engineer at the RBB distribution department. He joined them in April 2021, actively contributes to the further development of the HbbTV standard and its practical application in operational market environments. Before that, of course, he was an employee of the much-missed IRT, where he was engaged in working groups for the definition and market introduction of open and interoperable platforms for digital television and smart TVs. And Klaus's presentation is going to be on HbbTV Beyond Broadcast. Klaus.
Yeah, thank you very much. And hello to all of you. So HbbTV Beyond Broadcast. Oh yeah, here we are. HbbTV Beyond Broadcast is my topic, and if we look back to the first version of the HbbTV specification, which was created in 2009, we at that time clearly associated linear with broadcast and everything non-linear with IP delivery. There was no means, no tool within HbbTV for any live streaming or any linear distribution via IP. So a clearly separated world between broadcast and broadband. And this is also reflected by the name. So HbbTV is hybrid broadcast, broadband TV. And you see in the center of the drawing here the hybrid terminal, and then broadcast associated with linear and broadband with nonlinear. So if we look at the market now, 13 years later, we can refer for the German market to a very recent market research by Kantar, which is in its findings very much consistent with a number of studies we have seen yesterday. And these figures from Germany say that still for video consumption, it's 58% of the people asked saying it's really the TV screen, the preferred screen for the consumption of video content. So the TV screen is still the screen to go for video, and also very much in line with what we have heard yesterday and also today, is that linear is still dominating the scene. So watching linear programs is going down slowly, but still dominating the scene. So we find ourselves very much on the right track with HbbTV, combining linear and non-linear on the big screen. So we are doing fine, and this is also what we are experiencing at ALD. So what you're seeing here is the typical red button HbbTV user journey we are offering to our customers on the big screens. So beginning from here, the left-hand side, we have the linear TV program. We have the red button, which allows the user to enter menus with a good number of additional HbbTV offerings. And as well, we have introduced a yellow button to directly jump into a specifically advertised content item where you can see here preview image, and then you can directly, so the yellow button directly links into the catch-up TV section. And both ways are very much used by our viewers. So effectively, HbbTV is the most used platform on smart TVs to access, and by far the highest reach for using on-demand videos on the smart TV. So a way of very high relevance. Looking now at the transport of linear, we find in the very same study interesting figures here. So 100% is the overall amount of linear transport, so transport of linear video to the end customer, and the upper parts in blue show the broadcast distribution paths, and the lower part, so the dark part, show IPTV, so managed IPTV and OTT, and we see a relatively slowing but continuously growing amount of IP-based linear distribution. And so we have a growing gap between broadcast, the concept of broadcast, and linear, which has been the background and the history of HbbTV. So there's a growing gap, and a gap we shouldn't ignore. HbbTV has addressed this gap since a number of years already. So there is a set of specifications. HbbTV in IPTV networks has been the first additional specification to address this gap, mainly designed for managed IPTV networks, but also suitable to be applied in OTT networks. We have the application discovery over broadband, which also adds some useful tools to accommodate OTT. Then we have already heard about HbbTV 204 facilitating DVB-I integration, DVB-I being also a means to support OTT. And we are currently updating the HbbTV operator app specification also to accommodate OTT as the linear part. So there's a good set of specification, and what I want to introduce to you is this table, which gives a bit more information about the various ways or models how OTT can appear in the market today and how they are addressed by these specifications. So the table shows the type of distribution of the linear signal, then yes or no for the channel selection being done by the actual HbbTV implementation or by other devices, the way how the AIT is provided. So the AIT is the application information table, the table containing the important information how the HbbTV application world is actually tied to the linear signal. And then I have mentioned here the HbbTV specifications addressing this point. So the first is TS via IPTV multicast, so still in the market, still more than OTT in Germany right now. And this can be a very simple case, as for IPTV multicast we have in most markets still transport streams in action, and if we have MPEG-2 transport streams, we can easily include the AIT, so the linking mechanism to the HbbTV app world, within the transport stream in an IPTV multicast environment. So we can have implementations on TV sets, on set-top boxes, which are functionally, and technically really very much equivalent to what is in the broadcast domain. And I have one example here from the German market. So we have transport streams in the German market which actually contain the AIT in the IPTV signal, and this works with TV sets as they are unencrypted for the public services. This works with TV sets supporting multicast. So you can connect this TV set, which supports multicast, directly to the router of Deutsche Telekom and can have television, including HbbTV applications triggered by the broadcast AIT. Then we have a number of platforms which do proprietary specific OTT integration on a device and app basis. Also in these cases, the channel selection is done by the HbbTV device or app. And we can do some platform-specific linking to an XML AIT here. So it's up to the platform operator to link the services which he's covering in a proprietary way in his platform, but he can also provide links to the XML AIT of the broadcaster, and this is supported by the IPTV spec and also components of ADB1, and I'm going to give you two examples of this, where this concept is actually implemented in the market. So you see here how things can work. Then we have a linear OTT signal, and we have OTT implementations as part of OTT apps on smart TVs, or we have sticks or set-top boxes. And all of these devices can get access to an AIT, which is no longer a transport stream. We don't have a transport stream, but the AIT is on a web server, and they can obtain in the first step the XML AIT, and then in the next step launch the HbbTV applications, and they can be the very same identical HbbTV applications as for broadcast. Practical examples are here in Germany. The 1&1 platform, they are delivering sticks, they are delivering boxes, implementing HbbTV. This is the Fraunhofer implementation. We have heard contributions from Luai, and we'll have one additional one. And you see here screenshots from these devices, and they are exactly identical to what we have in broadcast. So this is actually in the market, and we have another implementation by Join, which is an Android TV app running on smart TVs, and we have here an HbbTV implementation as part of the OTT app. So the user journey is you're starting the Join app, you are going to the live TV section, and then if you go for the Das Erste Programm, you get the pop-up with showing the standard, the unmodified standard HbbTV application of ARD, and you can fully navigate the application and can get access to the catch-up TV section and so on, all part of a native Android TV app running on a smart TV. then we can have the OTT signal linked via DVB-I, and this is basically exactly the same sketch you're seeing here. It's identical, and the main difference is that DVB-I provides a standardized framework to support this. So in the other cases, in the earlier case, the linking has to be done in a proprietary way by the provider of the OTT platform. In this case, we have a standardized framework to facilitate this. Then we have a different category of doing OTT. This is if we are, and you see the channel selection is not longer done by the HbbTV device, we are feeding OTT signals or OTT platforms via HDMI to the TV set. So then the HbbTV implementation on the TV set can make use of the ADB2 standard, which we have also heard of, and the link to an XML AIT is done via watermarking in this case. So you see, we have the linear OTT signal and we apply some watermarking to the OTT signal, and the watermarking is passing the proprietary OTT platforms implemented on sticks, on set-top boxes, and the watermarking is passed via HDMI to the HbbTV ADB2 TV set, which then detects the watermark, gets an ID, and again requests an XML AIT and subsequently loads the standard HbbTV application. So, and the last example is to do OTT services via an operator app. We have shortly addressed operator apps today, and also in this case, it's not really the HbbTV implementation doing the channel selection, but the operator app will do so, and the operator app also can provide an XML AIT, like for the platform-specific implementations, and we are currently working on a revised version of the operator app standard to allow this and to define all the necessary integration. We have seen a SATU operator app in the market, but this at the point of time doesn't support HbbTV red button, and it will be able to do so once the specification is completed and implemented, and the operator app can then retrieve an XML AIT and can transfer it to the HbbTV implementation of the terminal, which will then load the HbbTV application. So this has been an overview over the HbbTV provided toolbox to accommodate OTT and red button applications. So the red button usage concept is fully valid, as you see, for linear programs, independently of being them broadcast or broadband, and the red button, as you have seen and many of you experienced, is a very fundamental tool really to facilitate an easy user journey. We see that toolbox within the HbbTV specification domain, and it's already implemented on a number of devices and applications. So it's not only specification, it's not only theory, but it can be really practice in the market, and I think it's important for broadcasters mainly to realize that potential and to really claim support for HbbTV in the OTT domain. So having an OTT platform is no excuse for not implementing HbbTV. So we should really be aware of this and care for the gap, not becoming bigger and leaving the IPTV or OTT part without HbbTV for linear signals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And your sort of mind the gap slide, if you like, with the five rails or categories, if you like, of gaps to be filled. I was thinking to myself, okay, well, this is just a graph. Behind that, there's going to be possibly tens or dozens of different implementations that you then not only have to do the first time, but then have to keep up with if, I don't know, for the sake of argument, a Roku or an Apple TV does something different to itself, then you have to make sure to keep up to make sure that implementation stays current. There must be a point when you have to say, no, we're not going to do this particular one. How do you make that judgment? Because what's good for Germany might not necessarily be the case, say, in, I don't know, Spain or Croatia or Czech Republic, say.
Sure. So this is a general problem, of course, with platform operators to motivate them to do HbbTV. And as you see, we have been successful in some cases, and we are working on more cases. So, but it should just become common sense that it can work as well as in broadcast. So we often have the argument that HbbTV is only designed to work with broadcast and so on. Yeah? So the first step is really to become aware of the potential, to see it can work. There is sufficient specification framework to accommodate these use cases. And yeah, this is what I wanted to really make clear to all parties. And then we have to work on platform operators. It may also be a regulatory issue in some cases. And so the first step is to be aware of the potential and not to allow in the minds that gaps should grow and accepting that
somebody else sneak in, of
wouldn't
course.
be implemented only because it's IPTV or OTT and something not being broadcast. And this should be really clear, and broadcasters should really try their best to make this known.
The conversation with Zatu seems to have worked out. I'm sure there'll be others. Klaus, thank you very much, and congratulations again on last night's award as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both.
Klaus Merkel. Now, our last presentation is on Metaverse and the TV. We have two speakers. One of them is remotely connected. By the looks of things, we can see Thomas Stockhammer waiting to speak to us. Thomas is Director of Technical Standards at Qualcomm, very active in research publications, patent production, and standards contributions in many 3- and 4-letter acronyms. 3GPP, DVB, MPEG, IETF, ATSC, CTA, many of them out there. He's also received several awards for his work on Dash and NTV. Congratulations and welcome, Thomas. Before we come to you, though, I'm also going to be introducing your companion speaker, Louis Basbus, who's researcher and senior project manager R&D in Future Applications and Media Business Unit at Fraunhofer. Are you there? Yes, there he is. The lights. I think all across the 2 days, people have been saying in the chat, oh, do something about the lights. So now it's my problem as well. Louis, if you'd like to come up onto the stage, and I think you're going to start, and then afterwards we're going to throw to Thomas. Is that correct? Thomas is going to start. Okay, in which case, Thomas, the virtual floor in the metaverse is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. And it's a pity I cannot be there, but I have a 3GP meeting coming up very soon, so I needed to stay here. Okay, good. So I think we are going in a different world now, this metaverse, and I was asked to give a bit of an overview. So I take it from a Qualcomm perspective. What I'm going to talk about is giving a quick intro to the metaverse, how it's understood, technologies around this, standards, and what we do for this. And as I only have 12.5 minutes from now on before I need to hand it out to Louis, this is really just scratching the surface. You will get the slides, so I will jump over a few slides a bit quicker, but you can digest it, and if you have questions, you can always come back to me. So I apologize that maybe some slides are quick, but they're part of the deck that will be handed out. Let's look into the metaverse, and it's always good to take someone else who defines it, and I took what a colleague from working at Meta in the cellular standards has presented at a recent conference. So they view it, metaverse is a set of virtual spaces where you can create and explore with other people in same or different physical spaces. So that's abstract, but it contains a lot of topics, and there are use cases. Immediately here you see some comical figures on the right-hand side, from gaming, exercising, education, communication, business, shopping, so different aspects. And sure, entertainment should be here as well, because there's entertainment space as well. I think that kind of connects to what we see here. From a Qualcomm perspective, we basically have a similar approach here, basically addressing this, that we first of all separate that there's VR and AR. VR more prominent nowadays in terms of devices, AR coming, And then there's clearly also differentiation between the consumer and the enterprise market. And you find different type of application. You can digest this from gaming, fitness, entertainment, but also interesting business applications from medical, from remote assistance, and so on and so on. So, and these are just examples. These are not the ones that we say these are exclusive. There is many more opportunities. Going back to the colleague from Metaverse, so they basically have brought forward some requirements on the device. And I think what is important to understand that one of the key issues to making this successful is the ergonomics of the devices, because the devices need to be light enough and need to not hamper movements of the users. So the first one, like the Quest here, is obviously something you would not walk through the streets and so on. It's something for a restricted environment. But the lower one, like a more a designer glass, is something that basically is the idea how an AR device should look like, and at the same time has all the functionalities. When we go there, then a key problem is, and that will always be a key problem, and that's driving a lot of the research we're doing, is power consumption. Because you need to basically have a limited amount of batteries and power you can apply there, and still basically make it work over a long time to be worn. And the second topic that is related to this, but it's a bit different, it's the problem of these devices that they have very restricted area, and then heat dissipation is a significant issue. So whenever you produce too much power, then you cannot dissipate the heat. And the restrictions, what we know from all of our designs, is something like 500 milliwatt you can use in terms of overall power. And if you have a bit of understanding how much power is typically used, you know how hard it is to run on these power constraints. Okay, so there's a couple of aspects that relate to network requirements, because many of this work is networked, and there's three pillars. It's basically the experience needs to be consistent, the latency needs to be low, and the bandwidth is symmetric, because you do a lot of uploading of data as well in conversational and so on. So these are key issues to the network. I'm going to come back to this a bit later in more details. From a metaverse perspective, this is more about what are attributes to the metaverse, and basically we consider XR technology. It's combining real and virtual worlds. It's something like the internet, and it's adding a spatial component. It's social, so it's not like a game that you play by yourself, so it will be connecting people. And one of the key issues, and that's where the standards come into play, is the openness of the system. And our vision from Qualcomm is that there is the metaverse as there is the internet. So there's a single metaverse that is supported by many technologies. And we know that many share this view, but obviously there is also, nowadays already metaverses, and that is something where the standards hopefully help to address this. Diving into the technologies, and again, I will only be able to scratch a few aspects. XR, AI, 5G are all components that contribute to the metaverse. So to understand that if you basically bring experiences onto a device like what you see here, you have a significant amount of simultaneous complex processing flows. And again, I defer for offline digesting, but you need to basically sense the world around. So you need sensors, you need to see the world, you have cameras, you need to collect content over the network, so you need connectivity, and that is also location dependent. You need to recognize and understand, so you have computer vision. You're overlaying, so you need to have displays, modalities, and then you have interaction and actions being done through trackers, through your hand movements. This is a significant amount of simultaneous processing that all needs to come together to give you this virtual world impression. So what has been identified that the complexity of such handling is typically too significant to do it by a device by itself. So a distributed compute is something that is very much promoted in the industry nowadays, where you have a server that runs a game engine and an application, and basically you connect your device through a low latency, high bandwidth network that can compensate your motion and your actions being sent back, rendered in the device, and then you only bring back what is called compressed render frames, iBuffers, that you then only do a post-processing at the receiving end. And that split is happening on the rendering as well as on the perception algorithm. So you also have split perception. And there's requirements resulting from this for the network that result of below 100 milliseconds latencies end-to-end, and that's where new network technologies come into play. And so basically that applies for this, what is called boundless AR. So the idea is that you have, to some extent, even 3 components for the processing: the glasses, the phone that connects this wirelessly, and then you have a cloud server that does further assisting. There's challenges and interesting problems to identify for certain applications, how you split the processing load across these different devices and how you connect and so on and so on. So basically what has been done is, in the context of 5G, a lot of optimizations to basically enabling this type of communication has been done. And again, I defer to reading the details there, but there's clear actions in 5G to support the KPIs from XR, from low power, from low latency, from integrating edge processing, and so on and so on. And what we see is there is an opportunity that from having a platform that was for 20, 25 years a phone, that maybe in 10 years, a glass is the next platform, something as popular as a phone could be. But obviously that requires that this is very seamless in the usage. And what we also observe that when with all these new research factors, that the metaverse, the combination of these processing aspects, the integration of digital, virtual, and physical worlds, is a clear research factor. What is now in the horizon? 6G starting probably in 5 to 6 years. Okay, standards. Okay, so we as Qualcomm, we have identified core standards, and for us it's 3GP, MPEG, and Chronos, and they address different aspects from 3GP of connectivity, architectures, MPEG compression, that's what you need to exchange complex media, and a core work, and probably is Chronos with their device relevant APIs and functionalities that basically allow to enable and provide these functionalities to app developers. There's many other organizations that have picked up metaverse-related standards. You see it on the right-hand side, and we basically are monitoring those and understand to what extent they are relevant for our business and aspects. Our contributions are here, what you see. And then there's a Metaverse Standards Forum that tries to kind of be overarching, and I come back to this in a bit, what we find important. That slide is too busy. We just say what we want to point to is basically that each of these different organizations has very specific functionalities to be addressed in an architecture and a device in a network, from runtime APIs here, compression, decoding, security aspects, connectivity, and Wi-Fi, and so on. So there is basically a clear separation in the architectural domains where different organizations address relevant technical enablers. A very prominent one, and Qualcomm is active there, but many other companies, is OpenXR, probably the first standard dedicated to OpenXR in the metaverse. And it's relatively simple in a way that it attempts that the XR device, having a significant amount of underlying hardware and compute complexity, and that is basically hidden to the application by providing a well-designed set of APIs. So the implementation is up to the vendor, but then you provide information such as hand poses, information controller, information, and the display configuration to the application. And the application basically renders images to display, audio and haptic responses in a way that it can be directly rendered on the device, device form factors, displays, and so on. So OpenXR is giving you this abstraction layer and makes applications portable across different devices and device types. So very relevant. Another one enabling the metaverse is Chronos GLTF, which is basically a description language that allows you to render and integrate 3D data, and that basically moves forward into creating and extending further. So in the interest of time, I skip a few 3GP aspects, what has been done in detail. There's work to basically nailing down the device functionalities that we expect in XR devices. I defer to offline. There's work in MPEG that address the representation of data being sent over the network and different aspects that relate to coding 3D data, meshes, immersive video, immersive audio and haptics. All of this contributes to creating a different experience on the metaverse. There's the Metaverse Standards Forum, which was created as a venue to foster the development of interoperability standards. It's not creating standards, but it's there in order to coordinate. And the coordination has been done by founding members, 37 at the beginning, and it has grown within 3 months to 2,000 members almost throughout the domain industry. Very wide diversity from platforms, tools, XR hardware, but also universities, advocacies, commerce, and so on. So a very large organization, very lightweight, and there is basically a couple of approved work charters already happening, and many more will to come. This describes you the process. I defer also to offline for the interest. We are a committed member, and our mission there is to really drive the ability to create the metaverse on devices that are mobile, because we believe that brings it to mass consumers. So also you can check this a bit in the details, but we are a committed member there. And wrapping up just with our contributions, I just browse this quickly. So you find chipsets that are available and dedicated to XR on Snapdragon. We have a significant amount of supporting functionalities there. We have reference designs, and we have recently an ecosystem built on Snapdragon Spaces that basically is giving you developer access to the technologies. There are platforms, our platforms drive devices. We have 60 launch devices, AR and VR, as you see, and that is something that obviously accelerates the market. There's different form factors, there's different ways to address this, but it's basically powered by platforms that are commonly available, and it's also helpful for the app developers. Snapdragon Spaces is basically a developer platform, and in order to launch creating applications, we also have a fund, Snapdragon Metaverse Fund, for smaller developers to basically get access to developing technologies. I skipped the video that is included here, and I just want to basically summarize that basically by all the technologies we're providing, we create this, what we call boundless XR, basically the ability to be seamlessly integrated into this virtual world as this key enabler in terms of technologies for the metaverse. But we defer to the developers to create applications on top of the platform. For more details, you can also check our blogs and research sites, and that's it. Thank you. I hand over to Louis now.
So, hello again, and thanks, Thomas, for the introduction into the metaverse. I will continue, but I will focus in this short presentation on the use cases and the relation of the metaverse and the TV. Maybe to just warn you, I'm not showing a fully metaverse use cases because there are no metaverse use cases on the TV. But we will show, or I will show, some examples how of some of the metaverse elements also presented by Thomas are used in the production of some of the especially metaverse versions of reality and talent shows that preview what the entertainment industry can be like in the future metaverse. These examples are not prioritized. We are not involved in this development of these use cases or just an overview of few use cases, but there are certainly more use cases available there, but I will focus only on few use cases. One important thing to mention here is that gaming platforms like Fortnite, Roblox, and maybe Minecraft will play, in my point of view, a very important role in the future. And this is because young generation are living there in these platforms, are it's kind of entertainment for this young generation in this gaming platform. So let's focus on the example. This is one, from my point of view, very interesting TV show, Alter Ego. It's a reality singing show which was aired live on Fox networks in the US last year. And interesting thing of this example here, use case, is that the singers
will perform using their dream avatar. So there is a jury, but the singers are performing on the backstage. So users at home in front of the TV, they will only see the avatar, how they perform. They like technologies, using motion and facial capture are used here to capture the emotion and the faces of the singers and transfer this to the avatars. So at home you will see this, or you will see only the avatars. And with some extension of this kind of reality shows, so you can imagine if you bring this, if you already have this avatar, the first part of your pipeline, you can easily bring it to a fully virtual environment where your audience can directly join this experience, for example, in a Fortnite game and so on. This is another example which is not related directly to the TV content or to the show on the TV, but it's like a companion experience offered in Fortnite. For the TV show I Am Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, in the UK, which aired live on ITV. And there was a companion experience at the same time, which was available on Fortnite, so audience or players can join this experience and play in parallel. They can play their own challenges, and this is the social aspect is most important here, and which is already provided when multiplayers play together, same game, and you have same challenge. And one of the goals of this was to bring the show to the younger audiences which are living in these gaming platforms. This is very interesting example because this is, if you maybe check all these use cases, this is the most use cases maybe related to the metaverse, because everything what you have here is within the virtual world. So you have a Fortnite virtual concert. This is one example here, but this is not the only one with Travis Scott concert, astronomical. But the users are in Fortnite, are participating via their avatars. The performer is in Fortnite, so you have a complete virtual experience. And if you can look to the number, according to Epic Games, the maker of Fortnite, 12.3 million concurrent users participated at the same time and joined this experience. And it's not only about the experience, but there is also a business behind it. So you can imagine that these players watching this experience, joining this experience, that can also invest money to buy digital avatars and other digital assets. Last example, it's an AR experience. It's not true metaverse experience, but it's also found it very interesting. Disney Plus AR enabled short film remembering, where you can basically use your smartphone or your AR glass. It is not supported for AR glasses, but I think in the future you can use your AR glass to extend the experience you are seeing on the TV. So you have the movie running on the TV, and you can use your AR glass or your smartphone to extend it and see maybe it's kind of enhancing the user experience through another kind of storytelling and maybe a way to engage younger audiences. You can imagine maybe here if you extend it to this augmented reality environment, you can also put your friends as avatars here in your living room. So this is just last slide on my side. It's a video. As you can see, we are also providing a test bed. It's not fully a user experience, but it's a test bed that you can play around with avatars. And I think this will address many of the aspects already discussed by Thomas in the presentation, different rendering, split rendering, where you do all of this in the cloud, on the edge. What you are seeing here is running a low performance device because everything is rendered in the edge and it's streamed to the user device. So we're experimenting with different video codecs, which is the best video codec to use for streaming this experience, what are the relevant metrics you need to have, and all the metrics and so on. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I guess the logical extension, wrapping up a couple of the themes from a conversation this afternoon, is that you press the red button on an HbbTV app and then you get put into a sort of a virtual reality world related to the show that you've just been watching, to sing along, if you like, with your favorite avatar that you've just seen, or to visit that rather strange John Lewis store that was in last year's I'm a Celebrity.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of opportunities maybe on the TV, but maybe also to use companion devices like the VR glasses, AR glasses. And on TV, I think what is already mentioned yesterday is cloud gaming, or we would say cloud or split rendering aspect is very relevant, because you don't have the power on your TV to render all these complex experiences. And this is already mentioned also in a presentation of Thomas. And I think this kind of split rendering will be very important. If you want to bring this experience to the TV, just press the red button and join the experience.
And I guess it was that the I'm a Celebrity example was almost like the show was a kicking off point, if you like, in order to put a particular section of viewers towards the virtual reality show.
Yeah, it's
that's
amazing.
Fascinating. Okay, well, I guess we should all go and work on a working group. Maybe in a year's time there'll be like a working group to combine virtual reality and with HbbTV.
Yeah, happy to support.
Possibly, sure. We'll get it going later on. Louis, thank you very much, and also to Thomas beforehand as well. Thanks both for joining us. Right, we're going to wrap things up, I think, Eva. Before we do so, we're going to have one final go on Slido with a question, and we need to know, after these 2 days in Prague, what will be in your eyes the most important driver for HbbTV over the next years? HbbTV TA, DVB-I, ADB2, or the poor old metaverse, which is possibly going to lose out again. I enjoyed the last session. Oh, there we go. That's much better.
It's a quite competition.
I know.
Yeah.
We could have one which is neck and neck this time. This is quite good. The competition going there between DVB-I and the old TA standard. Look at that. It's edging. Oh.
Maybe.
It's like watching horse racing, isn't
it?
One's sort of overtaking the other.
But with the horse, the metaverse should win.
Right, shall we call it? It seems to have settled down. So it's the TA, which is one on that.
Yeah, I would pick also the TA. It's a very interesting topic.
And important, of course, the kind of thing that you're doing at Nova as well. Okay.
Yeah, and it's like here and now. So we would like to thank you, all the panelists, also all the speakers and the moderators. It was incredible 2 days here with you in Prague. I hope you enjoyed the city and beer as well.
Well, we know everybody enjoyed the beer based on the first Slido poll that we had yesterday morning.
That's true. And we would like to remind you that all presentations you can download shortly in the website. I think it will be there tomorrow or maybe day after tomorrow. Just wait for it. And you will also can download the photos from the symposium, from the all 2 days, and also from the HbbTV ceremony.
And don't forget, of course, to tweet or to blog or whatever you care to do about the events over the last couple of days, and to use the HbbTV Prague hashtag when you're doing so.
Yeah.
Well, it's been rather fun, hasn't it, the last couple of days? Fun, interesting, some good times as well. It is time for us to close things up in the hands of the chairman of HbbTV.
If you can make a quick survey for us for the next year, we will try to make our best like this year. But if you have time, please come to surveymonkey.com and you can see the link. And please answer the questions or write what you like, what you don't like. And the next year will be more incredible than this year. Maybe.
We'll leave that up on the screen for a moment or two longer. It's not the snappiest of URLs.
It's a very nice link, yeah.
Right, let us introduce Vincent to you, who you'll know, of course, the chairman of the HbbTV Association, to wrap things up. Vincent, for a final time, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julian. So here is the difficult moment that I am the last person between you and the famous Czech beer. But I will nevertheless try to share with you the key thoughts which come to my mind after these 2 fantastic days. And even before going to these thoughts, I would really like to thank all the delegates for being here, because I think if it was not for everybody being here so numerous, we would not have that quality of debates and discussions. And I would like to thank the organization team and all the speakers. So a big applause for all these participants. Bad news, I have 6 key findings, but no slides. Number 1, Czech Republic is a great unknown, at least to me, HbbTV country. And that is a big discovery for me. We knew about the Czech beer, we knew that Prague was a very beautiful city, but I had no knowledge that HbbTV had so strongly infused the Czech broadcast landscape. I am very admirative of all the good things that we have learned. They have been correctly positively sanctioned by at least the 2 awards which were granted. And I think that is absolutely deserved, and I would really like to say a big congratulations for the Czech Republic for so effectively using and implementing HbbTV. The number 2 key finding is actually quite opposite, and it's maybe the only one with certain negative connotations, but probably in the very beginning of the symposium, like me, when we had the traditional great presentation from Paul at Omdia, I think we could detect here a certain threat of what I think Paul referred to as the platformization of television sets, with the idea that the television set is not anymore a piece of hardware that people buy and that will basically do what the owner of the TV set would like to do, but that TV set becomes a kind of element in a big platform strategy and starts to behave in a different way. And that is certainly something that comes from different areas of the market. And I believe, and I'm not expressing any political or philosophical thought here, I think if this happens, this would be a big disruption for the television and the broadcast business, and probably it would be a big disruption for HbbTV. So that is certainly something that we will have to keep in mind for the coming years, because it's a big change. And we heard from André Pral a moment ago how important open standards were in the media and television business. And I don't want to antagonize things, but certainly, or to a certain extent, the platformization of the television business is the opposite of open standards. So let us be careful with that.
Number 3, and let's go back to positive things about the symposium, definitely targeted advertising is the big thing in HbbTV now. It's been confirmed by a short majority by the last Slido, but I think from the point of view of the density of activity and involvement of the players, I would say that definitely TA is the big thing. And I see that as a very positive element from 2 aspects. Number 1, it means that the basic HbbTV things, like enabling the red button applications, everybody takes that for granted. We don't need to discuss that anymore. It works. It's deployed, and we've seen how smartly it was deployed in the Czech Republic. And the next big frontier, of course, is TA. This is where the money is. Most of the broadcast industry is ad-supported, so there is no surprise that this is where the money is, and this is where the big activity is. We've worked a lot to come to that point. We've done the specification, we've done the test, and we can see that this is not completely finished, but we can see a lot of practical achievements by market players that really now make TA a business reality, and I like that very much, of course. Number 4, and this goes a little bit with the idea that the red button application, now everybody takes that for granted. We are not speaking about big changes to the HbbTV specification. I think what drives people in the room, what drives the steering group, what drives me as chairman, is more that we are looking for the way to bring more efficiency in the deployment of HbbTV. It's not that it's not efficient or that it does not work, but everybody realizes that the level of effort to be committed to go to smooth deployments, whether it's application, whether it's device conformance, is a significant level of effort, and we are trying to improve that. And I take it very positively that we have a number of initiatives, some of them from the inside of HbbTV, the 5 SMGs, some of them from the outside of HbbTV Association, but in the community. And all those initiatives are trying to bring improvements in the efficiency in the implementation and deployment of HbbTV. And to me, I said that also last year, but this is even stronger this year. This is a true signal of maturity. We are not trying to invent brand new things. We are trying to be more efficient to deploy the things that were invented a few years ago, because they are relevant and we need them fast, and we need them at a reduced cost maybe. So that was finding number 4, and there is more to come, but I think it's very positive. Number 5 is DVB-I. I am personally very happy because at that time when I was in DVB side, I was very interrogative on DVB-I, and maybe it's because I had not understood DVB-I. Now I have understood DVB-I, I think, and I have understood that HbbTV is important to DVB-I, and is in a certain way, there would not be any successful DVB-I without HbbTV, and that I think is a very important finding that we will have to continue to work with in the coming years. And the 6th and final finding is a little bit of an interrogation, I think, with this concept of that US-EU conversation that we have had for the 3rd time, and thank you, Oliver and Marianne and the US colleagues for helping us in having that transatlantic dialogue. I think we can realize that there are a number of significant differences between United States and Europe. And I am not too sure what we should do with that. I think the presentation by Raj from IOTA a moment ago was extremely enlightening, at least for me, because maybe I had missed that, in that structural difference between the ATSC 3.0 philosophy, where they have this runtime, which is a kind of common, technical, tangible software resource between all TV sets, all applications, which we don't have in HbbTV. What is the right approach? I don't know, but certainly this is a very important difference, and maybe this is, for the longer term, raising some questions on what we should do with that. And maybe another very significant difference has been outlined by Marianne, talking of the connected TV-based targeted advertising. And on that particular difference, I tend to believe that we are on the right track, that we have the foundation for an open, standardized approach to targeted advertising in linear broadcast. We still have a long way to go to fully implement that, but we heard from ProSieben and RTL that there is a very serious initiative on its way to achieve that, and I believe that having one single open, standardized approach is probably more appealing than having a collection of vertical CTV approaches, which seems to be the US situation. So we have these differences, and definitely it's interesting to have these exchanges so that we can reflect upon what is the right thing to do. So these were my 6 main findings. I hope they are relevant to you, and certainly I also hope you have other findings, which I would be happy to hear about by the various communication means that we have. I believe that I am now very close to calling the symposium to a formal end, but I believe before I do that, I have to set an appointment for next year. And maybe I need a little bit of help from the screen on that, if anything will pop up on the screen. So in a few seconds, you will learn, you have now learned, that next year we will go to the south again, and we will have the great pleasure after this great moment in Prague. And really, this was an outstanding location, an outstanding city. We will meet all again, and even more of us, in Naples next November. Thank you very much for being here. It's been a pleasure. I think we continue to have great symposiums. They are very strong moments for our community. I enjoy them very much. I hope it's the same for you. And I look forward to see you in Naples next year. Thank you. I think I'm not taking any question now. So I just wish a safe trip to everybody back home. Thank you.